celebrate juntos. When I saw the name, I thought, oh, it's you. Really nice to see you again. Yes. I've got to pick up that people. She's the vice president of Costa Rica. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, delegates, fellow delegates, everyone who's listening in the public. I hope you had a good evening and that you're refreshed and ready for day two meetings. The first event that we'll be having this morning is a higher level event on the occasion of International Human Rights Day. So I want to wish all of you, all of us, a happy International Human Rights Day. And to celebrate in such a landmark event, which will inspire our discussions today, without further ado, I'm going to tell you our programmers today. Today, we're going to begin with a high-level session with a group of amazing, remarkable women that lead by example in our region and around the world. So I want to congratulate all these women for the good work they're doing, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. Today we're going to be joined by the Honourable Quincy Campbell, who has a distinguished pleasure of being the Vice President of Costa Rica. We have Ms. Alicia Bassono, she's the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. We have Ms. Michelle Bachelet, who's the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. We have the Honourable Mary Robinson, the first woman president of Ireland and the former UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and is currently the chair of the Elders. We also have Ms. Marta Delgado, who is the Vice Minister for Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights of Mexico. We also have Ms. Nikki Black, who's the Director and Social Economic Development Program for the International Council on Mining and Materials. And we also have Ms. Nafisha Richardson Escazú, who is a youth champion. Congratulations, Ms. Richardson. And she's from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Today, our moderator will be Ms. Carol Excel from the Access Initiative and World Resources Institute Environmental Democracy Practice Lead. Good morning, Carol. How are you? Nice to see you again. We're celebrating champions, and Carol too is a champion. So, Carol, over to you. Ms. Excel, over to you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your kind introduction, and lovely to see you as well. And I'd like to thank the government of Antigua and Barbuda as well for hosting this second signatories meeting of the Escazú Agreement. And also thank UN ECLAC Secretariat for their organization. Distinguished representatives from governments, representatives of the public, those who have joined us online, good morning, everyone. It is really my pleasure to be moderating this panel this morning. And as noted, the session will be for 1 hour and a half, and we will include a roundtable discussion. I will ask general questions to each speaker who can respond in English or Spanish, and they'll have 3 minutes to respond to each question. And then we will have a more lively discussion, including taking 2 questions from the audience, and panelists will be able to react to this question. It is really my honor to be able to have the participation of so many inspirational women. And of course, as was said by Maureen Payne, today is a very important day to hold this panel, as it is International Human Rights Day. And Human Rights Day is observed every year on the 10th of December. The day the United Nations General Assembly adopted in 1948 the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So it is a day to educate the public about human rights, and what better day to talk about the Escazú Agreement. Of course, you all know that this is a especially significant day for us in Latin America and the Caribbean, because this is the second signatories meeting, and this is our celebration of this regional human rights and environmental agreement. And we're going to be talking about ensuring the appropriate and effective implementation of access rights today at this panel. So we celebrate the fact as well that the Escazú Agreement is almost on the verge of coming into force, with 10 countries now ratifying the agreement. And of course, the Caribbean island of St. Lucia, the government of St. Lucia recently ratified the agreement. Also, we heard recently that Mexican and Argentine Senates have, of course, as well passed laws and approved for the process of ratification. So it is really an important day of celebration. So I'm going to start the panel off with asking my first question, and I'm going to turn to FC Campbell, of course, to start us off. My question to her, and also I will ask a similar question to the rest of the panelists, is why, in your opinion, is the Escazú Agreement important for countries in Latin America at this time? And how do you think we will be able to successfully implement it? You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much, Carol. I would like to greet those who join us today: Michelle Bachelet, Alicia Bárcena, Nikki Black, Marta Delgado, Mary Robinson, and Nafisha Richardson. First of all, we're talking about the Escazú Agreement on the International Day of Human Rights. This is an exemplary way to celebrate in the region, to celebrate such an important day when speaking of a very challenging agreement. And the fact that Latin America has given it such importance. It is an agreement that protects human rights and activists of human rights that defend the environment in our region. First, we guarantee the compliance of the SDGs, and second, because within the context of the challenges we have in environmental matters, the defenders of and activists of the environment must have their human rights guaranteed. And finally, having a regional agreement, as has been done in other issues, but specifically speaking, an agreement that defends the defenders of human rights and environment, puts us in the position to guarantee these people a legal framework for protection. In Latin America, we have suffered significant attacks on defenders of the environment, indigenous organizers, activists, environmental activists, leaders of Afro-descendant organizations who have found, in some cases, luck in the defense of water, of the environment in general for the region. So we have a legal tool that advances quickly, where 10 countries have ratified the agreement. This allows us to think of a region that commits to the environment, which is of the utmost importance. There are states that have a legal framework that will help promote these global agendas, but also will protect the lives of environmental activists and defenders. This is a very significant step, and it may be seen by other regions as a way to undertake commitments with the SDGs as well as with the entire global framework of defense of the environment, putting activists and defenders of human rights at the core.
That's Ms. Bachelet. Why, in your opinion, is the Escazú Agreement important for countries in Latin America and the Caribbean?
The Escazú Agreement is the first environmental agreement in the region, in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's the first agreement of the sort. I've spoken to other people in the region who could or are thinking of adopting it. It contains specific provisions for the promotion, respect, and protection of human rights, but also it intends to defend the rights of all people, even if they're not environmental activists. The right to participation, the right to access to information, and to justice in environmental matters. So when anyone is a victim of environmental deterioration produced by the state or by a company, people have the right to justice. I believe that this was devised before COVID, but with COVID, it is even clearer how urgent it is that we need to take charge of these climate actions, and we need to make sure that these rights can be applied to everyone. And in all democracies and within the context of COVID, we know that people make better decisions when they have more information, when they know the impact of an action or of inaction. And they're also co-responsible for the environment. For example, decisions to guarantee the control of indigenous peoples, of their traditions, of their land, of their territory, that can improve as well. The efforts to mitigate and adapt the climate, and of course, how it involves the indigenous people, or protecting the right of people to participate and even criticize. This is important to achieve a full image of the challenges that we have in terms of environmental degradation in order to make this sustainable in time. It is a clear sign that we are understanding the global challenges. For this, we need cooperation, we need multilateralism, and we believe that the region is showing this very successfully. And I'd like to share a few figures with you. This is one of the most dangerous regions in the world for those who defend the environment, for the indigenous defenders of their land, indigenous people that defend their land. And it is the highest number of people killed for defending the environment. Global Witness has mentioned this and has worked on the defense of people. 2/3 of defenders of the environment have been affected. So this is a very timely moment to make this true commitment to change, to protect defenders of the environment, and to guarantee this decision-making that is informed with participation, and that those that are responsible be made accountable.
Mrs. Bachelet, just quickly, just responding to what you spoke about in relation to COVID, I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you think are some practical things that governments will be required to do with recognizing the impact that COVID-19 has had, and how we think that the Escazú Agreement can really help us all recover better in the future.
Well, one of the things that I have been working on obsessively is that for rebuilding back better, we need to have information on who we're leaving behind And in most countries in our region, we don't have disaggregated data because of the vulnerable sectors. There's some countries that don't have stratification by gender. Others don't have indigenous people stratification or poverty or women. But we know that the virus affects everyone, but it specifically affects in a disproportionate manner the minorities, women, girls, migrants, refugees, and the displaced, and the elderly. So we don't have this disaggregated data to show where they intersect. So it's not that these people have something genetic that makes them more vulnerable. They have been systematically discriminated, so it impacts them even more, especially in terms of health. So in thinking about COVID, we need to identify this well. And other countries may have differences, but we need to look at what the priorities are and develop policies and simple solutions to prevent the impunity of those who harm the environment, that damage it, and reaffirm the rights to land and of the indigenous people. So the territorial dimension is key. The local communities dimension is key. They know, they have the historical knowledge, and they represent an opportunity to answer or offer an answer to this sanitary and health crisis. We know that COVID is a zoonosis from wild or domestic animals to humans. SARS was the same, MERS and Ebola. So we need to think seriously about how we're going to care for the planet, how we're going to guarantee biodiversity, because one thing is that we found a vaccine, but it won't solve everything. So the Escazú Agreement offers a foundation that is of the utmost importance for the global community, for multilateralism, and this will help us focus on human rights, on the environmental crisis, and the defense of these rights. And Carol, as you know, I will hear the first round of questions, but since it's the Human Rights Day, I have many activities. Unfortunately, I can't stay for the entire panel. Apologies in advance to my friends.
And I realize you have to go, but we really enjoyed, and I think you made very important points about practical advice for governments in the future. Thank you. Let me turn next to Mary Robinson. The same question to you. We would like to hear from you. Why is the Escazú Agreement important in Latin America and the Caribbean at this time? What are your thoughts?
So firstly, a happy Human Rights Day to everyone. I'm a former High Commissioner for Human Rights, and it was a joy to hear the current High Commissioner, Dear Michelle. I actually will be agreeing with her quite a bit. I'm excited about the Escazú Agreement from the very beginning, with my foundation on climate justice initially, now with the elders. We are very strong elders in the region. We have one, Emmanuel, from Colombia, we have Ernesto Zevilla from Mexico, we have Ricardo from Chile, Ricardo Lagos. So we are very keen and very excited by this. And I kind of want to build on what Michelle was saying about the strengths and human rights of the Escazú Agreement, but also that actually it's important for this region because sadly, and I say sadly, Latin America is the most dangerous region to be an environmental defender. The inclusion in the Escazú Agreement of specific protections for environmental defenders recognizes that, in fact, they're more likely to be killed in Latin America than any other part of the world. According to Global Witness, and Michelle mentioned this, last year, 6 of the 10 most dangerous countries in the world for environmental defenders were in Latin America: Brazil, Colombia, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and Peru. In the Caribbean, where defenders may not killed as much, there are still too many cases of harassment and stigmatization. And access to information needs to be better anyway, everywhere. Too often communities only know that there's a development happening when the trucks actually roll in, and that's too late. At this time, the agreement becomes even more important because under the cover of COVID, which Michelle also touched on, many countries have relaxed environmental protections, giving industry a free pass, and violence against those who stand up to defend their lands, forests, and resources has further increased. For example, in Brazil, President Bolsonaro has used the pandemic to push for further radical deregulation of mining. Land regulation and inspections of illegal farmers and deforestation in the Amazon has also been weakened. Michael Faust, a former UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders, warned in April that human rights defenders could be what he called sitting ducks during lockdown. They not only become easier to target, they lose their right to protection, and the world's attention and that of the media is elsewhere. In Colombia, local civil society estimates that killings of social leaders increased 85% in the first half of 2020 compared to the same period in 2019. And environmental defenders report feeling even more vulnerable as illegal armed groups are given the space to strengthen. Yet at the same time, as countries recover from the pandemic, there's a broad desire, as again Michelle had mentioned, to build back better, and recognition that a green and sustainable economic recovery is a priority if we're to avert the next crisis. And this must also include greater protection for the world's vital ecosystems. Caribbean countries in particular know how important a healthy environment is for economies, livelihoods, well-being and culture. So the Escazú Agreement can help guide us towards a sustainable recovery as a world-leading tool. And it is really world-leading. I hope we have agreements like this in other regions of the world. But it's a world-leading tool to protect our environment and the people who defend it against harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary, for those words. And yes,
Muchísimas gracias por sus palabras. De verdad es alarmante el número de defensores que han sido atacados y asesinados en la región. Y ahora le voy a dar la palabra a Marta Vergara, secretaria de Asuntos Multilaterales del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de México, y creo que ella debe tener excelente idea de las luchas, de los problemas del medio ambiente y derechos humanos. ¿Por qué es tan importante en su opinión el acuerdo de Escazú? ¿Por qué y cómo podemos asegurar su aplicación completa?
Good morning and thank you. This is an excellent panel. I would like to congratulate everyone on account of the International Human Rights Day and note that having so many women in this panel is highly significant. This is very important for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are facing a tremendous challenge in achieving environmental justice and, of course, citizen participation with regard to the environment. First of all, I would like, unfortunately, we are having interference in the audio. Our region of Latin America has been working for this agenda for several decades. The precedent is the Aarhus Convention and then Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration to ensure legal access or legal certainty for people who are defending the environment. Its relevance is tremendous because our region is building institutions that must prepare the platform so that access to information, citizen participation and justice in environmental matters may have a legal infrastructure, institutional infrastructure, and of course a community culture so that the rights may be enjoyed. Mexico is a country where we do have incidents, the occurrence of attacks against human rights defenders, and we also have progressive law in terms of access to information, and we face many challenges in ensuring that justice reaches the communities and that they be taken into account. The conditions whereby different types of communities may have access to all of this information and guarantee justice and appropriate participation. One of these is making available to communities that speak 68 indigenous languages, giving them information on polluting emissions that will have a detrimental effect on health. And this is just a simple example of the complexity of implementing this type of agreement, and that Mexico has taken a step and is embracing with great enthusiasm. When a country signs and adheres to an agreement of this type, it's not because they have everything behind to implement it easily. No, because they have this aspiration to ensure these rights. And that is why I congratulate Mexico for yesterday. We published in the official gazette the ratification of the Escazú agreement, and we will be depositing the instrument as soon as possible, together with all of the countries that would like to be part of this initiative that for it to come into effect in our region.
Perdón, pero no tiene sonido. Estamos sin sonido. Claro, lo estabas en mute. Estaba diciendo muchísimas gracias, Marta, por su mensaje tan inspirador, hablando tanto de la necesidad de una infraestructura legal y la aplicación de cambios culturales y también pensar y aplicarla en otras áreas. Ahora le voy a dar la palabra a Nikki Black, que trabaja para el Consejo Internacional de Minería y Metales. Desde su perspectiva, ¿por qué cree usted que el acuerdo de Escazú es importante para América Latina y Caribe? ¿Y cómo podemos construir el cambio cultural e institucional en la industria minera? Muchísimas gracias, Carol. Es un placer estar acá hablando en este panel hoy. Estoy acá como representante de la minería. Yo veo que no hay yo estoy encantada de hablar con ustedes sobre principios compartidos que son importantes para la industria y construir con la perspectiva de panel privado, este panel tan importante. Que nosotros tenemos con los derechos, transparencia, derecho a la participación, son temas que todos los países deben preocuparse. Desde nuestra experiencia, la regulación y la legislación son muy importantes y los negocios es crítico dentro de esto. En el Consejo Internacional de Minería y Metales, nuestra misión es fortalecer la colaboración y compromiso de las empresas mineras. Trabajamos con 27 empresas que representan casi empresas globales y a más de 35 asociaciones de productos primarios. Nosotros tenemos, nuestros miembros han hecho compromisos que tienen que ver con la gobernanza y la protección del medio ambiente, y es un cuerpo de consulta y también para trabajar, para lograr a través de consenso, y reconocemos la importancia de tener compromisos significativos de los grupos de interés y también respetar el principio 10 de las Naciones Unidas sobre medio ambiente y derechos de las empresas. También tenemos un enfoque de seguridad y de protección de los derechos humanos. Por lo tanto, demostrar la rendición de cuentas y transparencia es fundamental para poder tener interacciones exitosas y significativas con las comunidades locales. Y tenemos mecanismos que tienen un rol fundamental para poder construir la confianza con las comunidades locales y poder resolver los conflictos cuando surgen. Hoy hemos publicado una versión nueva de los puntos que hemos desarrollado para el manejo y resolución de las quejas locales, guiándonos en un mecanismo de presentación de quejas que entrega también herramientas prácticas para que las empresas puedan tener un mecanismo para poder resolver las quejas y problemas de las comunidades locales. Los defensores de los derechos humanos hay un mecanismo para presentar las quejas y que tienen un papel en la protección de los derechos humanos de los defensores. Ustedes pueden ver a lo largo de los años el papel de las empresas en proteger y defender los derechos de los defensores. Yo he visto el aumento de los ataques, de los asesinatos de los defensores de derechos humanos en el mundo y también en América Latina. Empresas responsables reconocen que las voces críticas y los defensores de derechos humanos ayudan a crear valores a largo plazo. Y por lo tanto, tal vez no estemos siempre de acuerdo con las posiciones que tienen los defensores de derechos humanos, pero reconocemos que tienen la libertad de opinión como uno de sus derechos humanos fundamentales. Nosotros hemos entregado hoy, apoyamos más fuertemente el mecanismo de presentación de quejas para ayudar a proteger, para que nos escalen más allá sus quejas. Y ahora le voy a dar la palabra a Nafisha Richardson, champion de la juventud. Ella es de San Vincent and Grenadines. Y la pregunta es, ¿por qué su opinión en el acuerdo de Escazú es importante en este momento? Gracias, Carol, y tengan un feliz Día Internacional de los Derechos Humanos. Y para mí es un placer, como joven, estar en este panel con mujeres tan distinguidas. El problema más grande que tenemos en América Latina y el Caribe es el acceso real y divulgación de la información. Y pienso, como ya se ha dicho, hemos visto cómo durante la pandemia la importancia que tiene que las personas puedan tener acceso inmediato, preciso y confiable a información creíble de fuentes de confianza. Nosotros jamás hemos visto algo así como esto, y en algunas instancias empezamos a ver que los gobiernos estaban luchando para poder tener ciertas prácticas de divulgación para asegurar que las personas tengan la capacidad de tener acceso a la información necesaria para que ellos y sus familias estén seguros y sanos. El acuerdo de Escazú es muy importante y con su implementación no vamos a esperar a tener que esperar a la próxima pandemia ni a la próxima amenaza mundial, porque vamos a tener los mecanismos. Escazú pone a las personas de día a día para que sus líderes sean responsables en proteger el ambiente y a las personas que los defienden. Y ahora vemos que con la pandemia de la COVID-19 hemos tenido la posibilidad de ir más adelante para poder obtener también la seguridad de salud, de atención en salud y seguridad. Y los jóvenes tienen un rol muy importante de manera de asegurar de que no sigan las prácticas malas del pasado en el futuro. Tenemos que exigir que este acuerdo no solamente se ratifique, sino que se aplique para que podamos tener un futuro más seguro y más sano. Muchas gracias, Nafisha. Y ahora quiero darle la palabra a la señora Elisa Bárcena, secretaria ejecutiva de CEPAL, para que nos hable de las amenazas y las reflexiones sobre la importancia del acuerdo de Escazú. Ella es famosa a decir que esta región se ha unido bajo su liderazgo y estoy encantada de que Escazú realmente se está materializando. Sus palabras, por favor, Alicia. Muchas gracias. Quiero decir algunas palabras en inglés gracias a Maureen Payne, quien está presidiendo esta reunión de Escazú, y saludar a las estimadas moderadoras y agradecer al gobierno de Antigua y Barbuda por tener organizando esta sesión tan importante. Y ahora voy a pasar a...
For me, this is a thrilling moment. Thrilling on account of several reasons. This is the last in the meeting of signatories of the Escazú Agreement, because it's already been ratified by more governments, very important countries in the region. We have already 10 ratifications and 2 countries that have are about to deposit their instrument, and there I would like to recognize, thank you, Marta Delgado, because Mexico did approve it unanimously in the Senate, and yesterday was published in the official Gazette, Argentina as well. So the truth is that we're on the verge of moving toward the first conference of the parties, and so therefore it is a thrilling moment, also a very special day. And so to have to hear with us Epsi Campbell, Michelle Bachelet, Mary Robinson, Marta Delgado, and all of you who have been so relevant, Nikki Black, Nafisha Richardson, and we are all women. I hope that you've taken note of this. This is a panel of women, and we are, above all, the caretakers. We care, and one of the most important aspects of this agreement is precisely caring for. It has that ground, caring for the environment, yes, but also caring for those who give their life for life. They are the defenders of the environment. And why is this so thrilling for me? Well, because this process began in 1992. I will reveal my age because I was there in 1992 when the Principle 10 was approved and gave birth to this process. Just imagine how much time has gone by. The time has gone by, and in fact, what happened is that this is the first environmental agreement negotiated by Latin Americans and Caribbeans. It's not a global agreement that we are adopting regionally. No, no, no. This is an agreement negotiated by us for us. And so, therefore, it is an agreement that has been devised thinking of our future generations. And this was signed in Escazú 2 years after the murder of an exceptional Latin America, Berta Cáceres, who was the president of the Civic Organization of Indigenous Matters in Honduras, a tireless defender of the Lenca people. And so I believe that the Escazú Agreement, my dear moderator, my dear Pauline, is no more, no less than a reflection, Carol dear, of a very hopeful door towards the future in order to precisely, in all sphere of public life, providing guarantees, ensuring the right to environmental justice. And that is why we're fighting against what we at ECLAC have called the culture of privilege, the culture of those who have the information, of those who capture justice, who are not prepared to having a true participation and a consensus. And I would say a prior informed consent, which is so much better. Today in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have more than 1,123 social environmental conflicts. And as Michelle just said, how many die every year worldwide? 2/3 in Latin America and Caribbean. And we're saying, we're not talking about 4 people. No, it's 4 people a week based on the data shared by Michelle Bachelet. So we are democratizing the right to information, to participation and justice. It is so relevant because we must change the way that we are doing things and also be more inclusive, protecting the environment, our economy. And I believe that this is an essential instrument so as to not mortgage our future, to understand the legitimate demands of so many communities that are in their territories with major investments. And that is going to be the second question, because, of course, in the region, there's been a retraction by certain governments. Yes, but we must understand that this is a message that our region is sending out, saying the future matters. Future generations do matter, and we do not want that anything be decided about us without us. And so that is what it is about, safeguarding the rights of current and future generations and providing us with a citizen mechanism. This Escazú Agreement should not frighten anyone. On the contrary, it must lead to that trust and confidence, because it is the rights of people to participate significantly in the decisions that affect their life and their surroundings. And in this process, in addition to the fact that it was done by Latin Americans and Caribbeans for us, it is also a process where the government does not necessarily represent thoroughly what is public. There is a group called the public, El Público, which is a represented society, and they negotiated this agreement hand in hand with the government. And I believe that that is a unique characteristic of this Escazú Agreement, because its negotiation, its formulation, its implementation also will have to be a collegiate implementation associated. And this opens the door to new, very urgent compacts in these times of the pandemic of such uncertainty. So I merely wanted to reflect with you that this Escazú Agreement has unique characteristics. It is ours, it is regional, it came from us, it is negotiated with society, And third, for the first time, it is the only agreement in the world that protects the rights of the environmental defenders. So I would like to thank Mary Robinson, who's played an essential role in disseminating this agreement around the world. Michelle Bachelet, who's taken it on as her own. Epsi Campbell, thank you, because this Escazú agreement was signed in Escazú, in Costa Rica. Escazú, which means water, a place of rest, where we were there and it was signed, this major agreement. And so I simply would like to say that today is a very thrilling day for ECLAC, an emotional day for Latin America and the Caribbean, International Human Rights Day. We're celebrating this major event, and thank you very much, because I believe we are porters of a better world, and a better world is possible, and especially with a social and political compact, which is what the Escazú agreement represents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alicia, for those wonderful statements and bringing us into the sense of Escazú is about caring for the environment, caring about people. I think that's very important. And also for mentioning, of course, Berta Cáceres, who the agreement was actually adopted on the anniversary of her birthday. So it's very important also to recognize her as well. I want to go now into the roundtable discussion, and I want to start with Ms. Epsi Campbell. You said at a recent panel that the structure of discrimination and racism has ceilings made not of glass but of iron, which appear to be unbreakable. You said that without ethno-racial equality, there can be, of course, no effective democracy or full citizenship, and therefore no sustainable development. How do you think that the Escazú Agreement could play a role in breaking down that iron ceiling that excludes many Afro-descendants and other vulnerable groups from the decision-making process? Over to you, Epsi.
Muchas gracias, Carol.
Thank you, Carol. Now, first, I'd like to second Alicia's words. It's important to celebrate this. The new era is an era where women will be contributing to this birth that the planet is offering the new generation. And this is a birth where caregivers are helping the planet allow giving birth to this new generation that will take care of the planet. This is also about the younger leaders, because it truly allows us to advance those matters related to human rights, the environmental defenders. But I'd like to focus on the question, what is it we're looking at? The Escazú Agreement has three foundations. I'd like to repeat them. The first is access to information. And this is of the utmost importance for decision-making, to empower communities, and so that there is no abuse in decision-making with respect to productive alternatives regarding the environment. For example, the possibilities whereby water is not at the center of development, clean water, sanitation, potable water. Access to information allows the citizens, all people, to participate. And that is the second important element of the Escazú Agreement, citizens' participation. Citizen participation is a core element in this new era, this era that we are entering, where there cannot be a division between the environment and economic development, between the economic externalities and the large development projects, between human rights and democracy. So, in fact, for Afro-descendant communities, and the third pillar, is justice, guaranteeing that this participation, this access to information, have a legal framework that will allow us to protect the environment, because protecting the environment and the right to a healthy environment is the right to life. And the Afro-descendant communities require these legal frameworks, or more robust legal frameworks, that will allow them to empower themselves and take that power that has been taken from them, this power of participation, of informed participation, the power to make decisions in their own communities. Historically, many of our communities are communities where there's been a protection of the environment, given a historic relationship with the Afro-descendant communities and that environment. But there's also been huge damage and depredation of the environment and causing significant impact to Afro-descendant communities. So the Escazú Agreement helps for 3 reasons. First, the governments commit to respecting and offering access to information to all the decisions that are affecting the communities and the environment. Then the greater participation, which will guarantee the first step to improve political participation, to acknowledge diversity, to eradicate racism, a racism that is also impacting relationships within communities and that does not allow many times for the environment that people live in to be protected. So it is in fact an iron ceiling that for Afro-descendants, you can clearly see where they can go. So this metaphor of the glass ceiling is no good right now because the glass ceiling is not visible. You can't see it. You feel it, but you don't see it. I'd like to underline that the Escazú Agreement depends on many leaders, Afro-descendant leaders in communities. Many of us who are part of this fight, many others have been left behind, and their defense was not possible, that there wasn't enough participation and justice. And today, this agreement, this regional agreement, allows us to, as part of the conference of the parties, to be accountable within ourselves, within the group, and have local, national, and international participation and further advance those issues where we are obliged to. We're obliged to protect the environment we live in. We're obliged to generate participation for all citizens and for Afro-descendant peoples who are demanding this participation. The indigenous people are demanding this participation. So it is an agreement that is part of the enters the context of the SDGs and where men and women work together. This is a tool for youth as well nowadays. Young people who have taken these 2 flags into their hands, as today is Human Rights Day. So it is the flag of human rights and consistently also the right to a healthy environment, or actually it's the same as saying the flag of the right to life and to care for your home. So it is a significant step for all Afro-descendant communities, for the Afro-descendant leaders to advance in this basic right, which is the right to participation, access to information, and of course, the protection of their own lives when they're protecting the environment.
See for those words, those very inspirational words. And you spoke about the youth, and now I'm going to turn to Nafisha, who is, of course, a recent graduate from the University of the West Indies and a youth champion. I'm also from a Caribbean island, a small island, St. Vincent. I'm also from a small island, so I'm really interested to hear for her perspective about the youth. What are some of the key messages you think the youth want to deliver, especially to governments, but also to other youth about Escazú agreements and about ratification and implementation?
Thank you so much again, Carol. My experience so far as a youth champion has allowed me to network with some of the most dynamic environmental advocates and activists from across Latin America. And I must also say it's opportunity to commend the work that my fellow youth champions have been doing. Laura, Kiara, Sebastian, and Nikki I know they're probably listening right now. They're all doing fantastic work across their countries to promote the agreement. Much of what we do involves dialoguing and speaking with young people who feel unseen by governments, but they have so many creative and innovative ideas. And in light of these discussions, and on behalf of my fellow youth, I have, I guess, 3 basic messages or 3 key demands that I feel young people have for Caribbean governments and governments even in Latin America about the agreement. Firstly, we are all demanding, we're calling for the ratification of the Escazú Agreement to protect our vulnerable and our at-risk environments. Particularly in the Caribbean, we stand to gain so many significant benefits from ratifying the agreement, and our governments need to make this a reality as soon as possible. Without a shift, not only in the legislation, but in our mindsets and our actions, our generation will we seem to struggle in a world where our resources are depleted and our environments are diminished. In the Caribbean, we're known for our lovely beaches or mountains, going on the waterfalls. But what is it if you have all of this beauty and you're not able to stand up for it, and you're not able to protect it? Secondly, we're calling for a Caribbean and a region which embraces regionalism and that uses our commonalities as a driving force for multilateral collaboration. As small island developing states, we're all basically fighting the same fight. We all want sustainable development. We want to live in a Caribbean that's in a Caribbean environment that isn't degraded or depleted, and we want better for our people across the board. With this in mind, we need to make better use of our mechanisms, so OECS and CARICOM. If they truly, progress in the work that they're doing, we can consider how and where we can assist our fellow Caribbean brothers and sisters to ensure that no country is left behind. I was so happy when I saw recently that St. Lucia has come on board, and hopefully we can see others like Grenada coming on board as well. With a common drive towards Escazú, those entities will be foundational, not only to ensuring that it's ratified, but once they have the mechanisms in place, they can ensure implementation is practicable and it can be maintained sustainably for years to come. And finally, we're demanding for better systems for youth participation in the process and in governance in general. We have so many innovative strategies that we need to address and reuse not only in the current pandemic, but when we consider things like natural disasters and climate change. Young people and children, they're the epicenters of innovation. And it's so important that we embrace their creative strategies, their methods, and their ideas. And this doesn't mean just haphazardly putting a young person on a board and saying that they're present, but it should involve active collaboration and active consultation with our youngest and our brightest minds, who will inevitably be leading or are already leading in their respective societies. So this is just a general idea of what, having spoken to young people, this is what they're calling for. We want the Escazú Agreement in place. We want to see better mechanisms for regionalism and collaboration across the board. And we want to be included in the discussions.
Thank you very much, Nafisa, for those really clear messages and demands from the youth across the region. I wanted to note to Ms. Robinson, who has worked on climate justice, of course, for years. And we do believe that there's a close connection between what the Escazú Agreement seeks to obtain or to result in, and some of what is needed to address the climate emergency. And so my question to her is, how do you think specifically the Escazú Agreement can contribute both to addressing the climate emergency, as well as what others have talked about in terms of inequality and sustainability, balancing the sustainable agenda with development?
Thank you for that good question. But before I come to it, I just want to echo what other panel members have said. The pleasure of being on an all-women panel. And it's about time, because we had to fight hard to get gender into the UNFCCC, gender balance, and also the gender action plan. And we've had so many all-male panels in the past. So it's timely and important on Human Rights Day that we would be women of from different backgrounds, different ages, etc. And so now to your question. First, I want to actually recognize, as I've already mentioned by Alicia, that we're being hosted virtually today by a country on the very front lines of the climate emergency, Antigua and Barbuda. Caribbean islands know only too well what is at stake, having had to rebuild time and again from increasingly destructive hurricanes. And leaders like Prime Minister Gaston Brown have been powerful advocates for global climate action. But I'd also like to build on what Nafisha said, because she's from St. Vincent's, another small Caribbean island, as he said. And in her first round, she said that the Escazú Agreement puts everyday people in the driving seat. And I very much agree with her. And she called on young people to participate fully. And then she gave us those three very clear points, which I needn't repeat because she's just given us them. I hope they will be taken on board by the region and by young people themselves in pressing for more action. And I do want to recognise that the Escazú Agreement and defence of environmental defenders is fundamental to climate justice. We know that there is no path to a safe climate which doesn't involve protecting and restoring our ecosystems. At the same time, there is evidence that securing the rights of Indigenous peoples and local communities who live in the world's remaining natural forests, mangroves, and ecosystems helps to protect those areas. This has been recognised by the world scientists in the latest IPCC report on land and climate change. These are communities that have protected their territories for generations and managed them sustainably. Their rich and sophisticated knowledge of their habitat makes them effective conservationists and guardians of biodiversity and indispensable fighters against climate change who deserve our protection and support. Yet the people and organizations that defend forests and land against the advance of the extractivist model lack power and lack weight in decision-making. Our foundation spent a lot of time bringing those voices to the UNFCCC so that they would be heard. Worse still, they're often persecuted and murdered or treated as enemies of the state and a threat to progress. In many parts of the world, and especially in Latin America, it's increasingly risky to defy the economic powers that are behind activities that aggravate warming, such as logging, monoculture, livestock farming, and extractive industries. Implementing the Escazú Agreement will help redress this imbalance of power. It will support the ability of environmental defenders to exercise their territorial and environmental rights in the face of private or state interests. So I can't tell you how glad I am that you have on the panel a young person like Nafisha, who spoke about her colleagues as well and named them, who already know how good this agreement is and are going to make it happen. And that's what we want to see.
Thank you very much, Mary Robinson, for those words and also for...
Muchísimas gracias, Mary Robinson, por sus palabras y por responder directamente a las palabras de Nafisha. Creo que es muy bueno que hay que reconocer los derechos territoriales y ambientales. Creo que esto nos lleva a la pregunta de Nikki Black. Mary Robinson y Etsy también hablaron de los peligros para los defensores del medio ambiente. Este año se hizo un informe de la minería en América Latina, que el informe indica la falta de evidencia de la falta de aplicación de los compromisos corporativos. Y muchos de los problemas que estamos contenidos en el acuerdo de Escazú. ¿Cómo piensa que las empresas mineras y el sector privado pueden mejorar los problemas como basándose en lo que está pasando en los estándares de América Latina? Es claro que como industria nosotros no estamos donde debiéramos estar en comprender ni al ritmo con las mismas expectativas que tiene la sociedad sobre la minería. Esto ha ocurrido en eventos recientes en Australia, los incendios de Australia, y también mientras el informe no habla de todas las acciones en el continente, hay trabajo que se está haciendo, hay problemas delegados que deben ser abordados. Una visión importante que también del informe es el desafío de poder trabajar desde la perspectiva corporativa los problemas en cada sitio, cada obra. hablando del informe sistemático de las empresas mineras globales. En nuestro consejo actualizamos nuestros compromisos para poder realmente llenar esta brecha o enfrentar la brecha. Este año hemos definido las buenas prácticas y los requisitos de gobierno de buenas prácticas para la industria minera y de metales para poder conformarse a las expectativas de desempeño que serán aplicados en cada sitio minero de las empresas que son miembros nuestras, en más de 50 países en obras, en sitios mineros. Esperamos cumplir mediante una divulgación transparente de los resultados y compartiendo los informes corporativos de nuestros socios. Las expectativas cubren áreas como derechos humanos, cierre de minas, resolución de conflictos, diversidad, seguridad, respeto para los pueblos indígenas. ¿Qué significa esto? Significa que habrá una mayor visibilidad de mejores sistemas de calidad en los sitios, en las minas, y bajo el nuevo régimen en unos años llegaremos a un punto en que los inversionistas, los gobiernos, la comunidad y otros grupos de interés van a ver a las empresas de nuestro consejo que realmente vamos a poder hacer una divulgación activa y proactiva, vamos a poder divulgar cada uno de nuestros desempeños para saber si logramos cumplir con las expectativas a través del compromiso de la gestión, y si no lo hemos cumplido, vamos a tener un relato, una explicación de por qué no cumplimos nuestro desempeño. Los principios de minería agregamos requisitos para la industria global basando en la gestión de las relaves. Nosotros basamos en principios de inversión y si hemos fallado es la primera estándar mundial para una gestión segura de los relaves y vamos a seguir cumpliendo para que los futuros desechos tranques de relaves sean operados siguiendo estos principios. Nosotros vamos a aumentar la transparencia y el diálogo con un compromiso permanente que son fundamentales. Nosotros esperamos que tanto los principios mineros y los estándares de la industria minera para el manejo de relaves puedan ayudar y para que podamos celebrar y compartir, pero también vamos a tratar de elevar nuestro desempeño y nuestra evidencia y transparencia en nuestro diálogo. Muchísimas gracias, Nikki. Y ahora quiero pasar a la señora Marta Delgado. Nosotros sabemos y se ha dicho que la Escuela de Escazú es un ejemplo brillante de cómo los países de América Latina y el Caribe pueden, con diálogo y construcción de competencia, reducir y acortar la curva de aprendizaje en una región para garantizar la aplicación de los derechos de acceso a la información ambiental, la forma en que las personas pueden involucrarse en la toma de decisiones. Estoy muy interesada en saber de parte de México y su visión de cómo México puede tener un papel tan importante en asegurar esta incorporación, con todo el trabajo que ha hecho en México sobre derechos de acceso.
This agreement is an ideal way to materialize very important instruments to increase democracy and inclusion in our region, provide the legal certainty to ensure these rights of access to information, citizen participation, and environmental justice for women, men, and of course, sectorally in communities, indigenous communities, LGBTI communities, everyone who requires a particular approach. Participation by the civil society has been very relevant. The Escazú Agreement has become a benchmark in terms of integration, multi-actor, and of course, it will have to be a benchmark for cooperation. I believe that this is the start or despite countries have been for a very long time trying to do this, but we're finally getting the agreement coming into force. At that point, the challenge will be implementation. For Mexico, it has been a great privilege to make available to Latin America the progress that we've made in each of these three pillars. And we have contributed significantly to the legal articles of the agreement, and with its entry into force, cooperation among countries of the region should be furthered and be coherent in terms of the different levels of implementation that need to be articulated in an orderly, efficient way, so that all actors that need to take part in the development or the implementation of the agreement, we may coordinate what we do. The exchange of experience among countries will be very important. There are so many areas of opportunity that countries have in order to cooperate. During the pandemic, for example, we have seen the relevance of collaboration, international collaboration, of multilateralism. And so therefore this agreement is also in this sphere, the multilateral sphere, and it will be the technical secretariat that will play an important role in this, ECLAC. Environmental justice calls on us to give an institutional approach in governments. It's not a single department in governments that is responsible for this. No, we will need coordination at a broad level. We will be strengthened as a region, because when the community is able to see the benefit behind implementing the agreement, that is, knowing more, have an opportunity to share our opinion on the projects for regional development, infrastructure, and also enjoy protection of their rights, not only in terms of access to information, but also environmental rights and environmental justice in the region. This will lead to sustainable development that will allow us to meet the 2030 goals. So it is an opportunity for that as well.
Muchísimas gracias por esos comentarios y volveré nuevamente a sus comentarios tan importantes de cómo esto no es una sola institución que la debe implementar, sino que necesitarán un cambio cultural cuando los funcionarios del gobierno asumen los principios de participación, acceso a la información y acceso a la justicia, y los ciudadanos también se hagan cargo de ellos. Va a poder llevar entonces a un avance mucho más progresivo. Y ahora quiero darle la palabra a la señora Alicia Bárcena. Ella ha hablado muchísimo sobre el impacto de la pandemia de la COVID-19 en la región, que ha causado retrocesos sumamente importantes en muchas economías, sobre todo en las dependientes del turismo. Muchos de los países de América Latina y Caribe dependen del turismo. Y entonces usted ha visto esta regresión económica, ha llevado a muchos gobiernos a querer acelerar para poder llevar a la recuperación del desarrollo para sus futuros presupuestos, pero también retrocediendo en la protección ambiental que ya habían implementado. Como jefa de la Comisión CEPAL de la región, ¿nos podría dar de la necesidad de garantizar al medio ambiente y los derechos humanos como una condición necesaria? Gracias.
We must recognize that Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the regions most affected with the greatest impact in the developing world. But this is so because it has shown the major structural gaps that this region faces and its very profound inequalities. It's also shown that we must listen to science and that we must listen to citizens. What concerns me, Carol, and I believe that this is where we must be very alert, is that the pandemic should not give rise to not caring for the environment or human rights. That may happen, yes. And that is why we must very seriously address that there will be no economic development nor economic recovery if we do not seriously consider sustainability. The Escazú Agreement is one of the most downloaded documents that we have at ECLAC, together with another one that we have called Building the Future with Sustainability and Equality, because we do not want to go back to where we were before. We would like to truly transform the future, and this will only be achieved if we are able to identify which are the structural gaps that we need to overcome. And I believe that we must convince Latin American citizens and Latin American governments that the Escazú Agreement is an agreement of cooperation. It is not an agreement that is imposed from the outside, as some have wanted to say. No, that is not the case. Yes, it is an agreement among states, yes, but above all, it is a compact between governments and societies and with enterprises. And so we need to see that it is an agreement that allows dialogue and not 2 or 3 monologues that is simply as proclaimed by the sister society. No. We want dialogue. We want to reach an agreement to see where we need to move ahead. We have put in motion an observatory for Principle 10, and we've seen much advance in the design and implementation of instances with environmental jurisdiction. Very important examples, the victims in Mexico, to laws on transparency throughout the region, environmental courts, the role of the Office of the Public Defense. And we're not starting from scratch, no, but there is a risk. And that is what we need to take a look at with great caution, because during this pandemic, we've seen a reduction in budgets for environmental matters. And yes, we are lowering our guard and we could move towards a reprimarization. So we need to clearly ensure that we cannot let go by people who say like it's necessary to flexibilize environmental safeguards, or we need to ignore a prior consultation, because it's a false dilemma. Existing regulations do not scare off investment. They do not frighten them away. No, we have documented studies by the World Bank, IDB, and OECD that show that investments are healthier when they meet regulations, when there is transparency, when there is rule of law, and when the workers and citizens are informed and are able to participate. The other thing is spurious competition, non-authentic. That is competition that is based on extraction of natural resources and cheap labor, and where these things are done with their backs to the communities. And then the communities come in and stop the projects, quite rightly so, and so therefore the investors lose a lot of money, yes. And so the idea is to strengthen and deepen democracy. Yes, investment. No one is against having greater development. No, but it's necessary to invest in sectors that are more sustainable and that promote employment and climate change. I believe that the 2030 Agenda and climate action pose a before and an after. This was already said by Mary Robinson. Antigua and Barbuda is a clear example of when the Hurricane Irma practically destroyed the island of Barbuda. And so that's why it is the time to invest in adaptation on issues that are truly relevant for our people. So I believe that the Escazú Agreement must be seen as what it is. It is a major instrument, a citizen instrument, absolutely necessary in order to create this dialogue and avoid monologues in separate silos. And I think that we have shed light as Latin American and Caribbean citizens, and with international participation. That is why I'm so glad that Mary is with us here today, because I believe that we've taken a great step, a step with our own colors, with our own experience, an instrument that is proudly Latin American and Caribbean, and that will allow us to truly build a better governance. Yesterday, in this same place, well, in the room downstairs, in fact, we thought that Escazú would be taken ahead. No, we had a meeting on extractive industries, and we brought in major businessmen from the industry, small and medium as well, and we clearly saw that it is so relevant having access to information, prior informed consent. And for the businessmen themselves, it ensures for them that governance and the rule of law, which is essential. But I believe that society has been clear. It has said very strongly, we want a different future, a future that will not take us back to where we were before, with such environmental deterioration, with all the inequality, and we were not growing that much, no. So we want to equalize to grow, and grow to equalize, and do this especially with the participation by our societies. That is it, my dear.
Thank you very much, Alicia. And I have a question from the public, directed specifically to Nikki, asking about the main challenges to change the culture or the mindset of the mining sector. How do you change not only by the rules that you've spoken about, the practice, but the culture of many who are part of the mining sector to ensure more sustainable development? We note that Alicia herself spoke about the numerous number of environmental and social conflicts, especially in the mining sector. And we know many of those conflicts go on for years and years. So how do you change, not just by the rules, but the culture and mindset of the mining industry? Nikki, so that's for you, if you could answer in 1 minute.
Thank you, Carol. So ICMM was founded over 17 years ago when mining was really facing a crisis of societal acceptance. And it was founded on the principles that engagement and collaboration to understand what is expected of the sector and to respond is the most powerful way forward. And it's really through that consultation, engagement, to identify practical steps that the mining sector can take, implementing that, putting that into rules or commitments, but then delivering against them and engaging, celebrating and sharing what works is really important. And we've seen, particularly in the response to COVID-19, that mining communities are so deeply connected to the communities, mining companies are so deeply connected to the communities in which they operate. And we've particularly seen that it's those companies that have invested in establishing deep, trusted, mutually respecting relationships with communities. They really understand who they are being hosted by, their impacts on that community and how to respond, have been most able to effectively support the lives and livelihood and learning of those communities. So I think it's really, it's a combination of engagement, collaboration, recognizing and sharing what works, and taking practical steps forward together.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have time for every member of the panel to have a last word in about a minute, just to summarize their last messages on this panel before I close the panel. So I want to actually start again. I want to start with Martha. If you could say your final closing thoughts in about a minute.
Yes, thank you very much. The truth is that for me, same as Alicia, I am very moved by the entry into force of this agreement. It is a step after many years of a lot of work by many, many people. Mexico has been reaffirming its commitment. It is an important challenge for the country to take on the responsibility of implementing this agreement fully. And we are right now doing everything necessary to deposit the instrument with the UN as soon as possible. And we have also worked for capacity building in the country to be able to implement it. We greatly value the efforts made by our regional counterparts to move ahead in their respective processes, and that regardless of the order of the deposit, the agreement may enter into force as soon as possible. And also say that we are very much prepared to collaborate with other countries to exchange experience, best practice, and also to see about the financing that we need and have regional cooperation also in that sense, in the financing required to be able to implement the agreement. And I would like to especially recognize Alicia Bárcena for having driven forward this agreement with such conviction and convincing so many countries that we are taking part in this ratification, that this is the path that will guarantee many of the environmental rights in our communities in the region.
Thank you very much. I'm turning now to FC Campbell. Your final words?
Well, I celebrate the possibility that we have this change. I would like to greet Nafisha, all youth, and what we call the generation of light. We depend on the drive and the initiative of this young generation. I would like to highlight the relevance of access to information and participation, especially for Afro-descendant communities, and the issue of climate change that is today affecting the communities that are so vulnerable and that have not had or not taken the necessary care to ensure a healthy environment for them. The Escazú agreement will help us to prevent climate change from punishing so severely our indigenous communities. And when I hear Patricia and Alicia and Mary Robinson and Michelle, I think that women globally, we must partner as the carers, caretakers, caregivers, and we should drive the Escazú agreement forward because it is a tremendous tool in the region. And take on the commitment by my own country that we've not yet concluded the process to ratify the Escazú agreement. And we need to call on other countries that have where this task is still pending. It is so important that we should follow in the steps of those who have moved forward with this extraordinary topic, as Alicia has done, because this is an essential step for environmental democracy, and so therefore for democracy it is a step in recognizing the communities that have this task and have taken on this right to participation in what this Escazú agreement is an opportunity to work together. Let's do so and continue to strengthen women's leadership in these areas so that the Escazú agreement be soon a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, FC Campbell. And I want to turn to Mary Robinson for your final words in about a minute.
Thank you. This is a really good news story for International Human Rights Day because let's recognize that the agreement is the product of long negotiations between basically the 33 governments in the region. There was 11 countries that took the lead, and not all of them have yet signed or ratified. So that's a point they should be encouraged. It took vision and courage for governments to develop this agreement with the full and transparent participation of civil society. And I'm concerned when I hear that there is an ongoing disinformation campaign in the region, and the Escazú agreement has been a victim of that, led by some business sectors that still believe mistakenly that protecting the environment goes against economic development. And I understand that some of this includes, for example, even the American Chamber of Commerce, AmCham, in Peru and Colombia, lobbying against ratification, and the Colombian Chamber of Commerce arguing that Escazú threatens Colombia's national sovereignty and will be a red tape hindering economic activity. So I would really encourage those in leading countries now who have ratified, encourage your neighbour countries. Tell them this is actually the way forward in the future, and not to listen to disinformation, false facts, the fake news that unfortunately we have too much of. And listen to young people, listen to women, and have a forward-looking way of aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement, which the Escazú agreement really does. And so I'm just delighted on behalf of the elders to take part in this all-women panel on this Human Rights Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nikki Black, in 1 minute, if you could just sum up the message.
Thank you, Carol. So we've discussed on this panel the challenges we all face around ensuring a just transition to a low-carbon economy, of rebuilding from the devastation brought by COVID-19, and of protecting and restoring biodiversity. For businesses within the Latin American region and around the world, there are practical steps they can take to support transparency and accountability on their human rights performance and to strengthen their environmental performance. And we hope that the mining principles and the grievance mechanisms guidance we've launched today in Spanish provide some support to businesses moving in that direction. For any business, understanding your impacts and associated responsibilities, acting to mitigate them, strengthening your ability to engage and collaborate, and integrating sustainability considerations into core business decision-making processes are all key to operating responsibly and playing a full role in addressing the challenges considered in the Escazú Agreement. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be on the panel today.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to turn to Nafisha for your last words in a minute. Thank you. And yes, it has indeed been a pleasure to be on this panel with so many inspiring women. You may not realize it, but to a young woman like me, you guys are so inspirational, and I hope to one day be positions that you're into, be able to create change. To the young people that are listening, my final words are basically to keep pushing, keep fighting the good fight. I know that sometimes you feel as though you're not heard, you feel as though you're screaming into an abyss, but people are listening. And once you start small, you start with your friends and you grow your community, it will definitely be possible for your visions and your aspirations to come into fruition. So just keep on pushing, keep on fighting, speak loudly, speak clearly, be confident, and know that it's not in vain, and the work that you're doing, it is being seen, it is being recognized, and even if you don't get something tangible from it, know that you're doing something good in community and something good in your society. Thank you very much, Nafisha, for your inspirational words. And I want to turn finally to Alicia for her final message in about a minute.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. I would simply like to recognize that this has been a lot of teamwork. I would first like to recognize José Luis Samaniego, Carlos Miguel, David Torres, Guillermo Acuña, Luis Yáñez. This has been, Andrea Sangüesa, it has been significant work on the side of CEPAL. And if we want to have a modern future as today's times demand, we need to be alert, protect, and dialogue, and move all these goals forward. In this panel, I see women who have inspired me at different points in my life in different ways. Epsi, I met you in Costa Rica when you were a great activist from Puerto Limón. Mary Robinson, of course, a huge authority in her country of origin. And Marta, I've heard of all your fights in Mexico City. So knowing all the young women that are with us here today with their causes, I believe we need to generate a care economy, a care society for our heritage, for our natural wealth, and disseminate this agreement as a step towards inclusion and finding this in all forms, in all the productive sectors, and dispelling false comments that this agreement works against development. What we want is the contrary. We want a different kind of development because there are simply greater demands, and it demands also a great contribution on the side of society. It actually has to do with trust in the authorities and opening forms of participation and favoring dialogue. Here at ECLAC, we are ready to continue to work with Antigua and Barbuda and Costa Rica, because Costa Rica presides our commission from the ECLAC. So in preparing for the first conference of the parties, it will be very important. We find ourselves in a scenario where uncertainty reigns. There's a lack of trust, and countries need to move forward in a collaborative manner. And what we have heard here also, the public represents not the public sector, it represents everything that belongs to us. It actually shows that when we work in a collaborative manner, our nations, our people can be able to face global challenges, to reinforce governance, and to contribute to a greater social and economic development with equality at its core, because equality is the other side of freedom and of full democracy. Thank you, Carol. Thank you to all panelists. Thank you to everyone who has helped make this a reality. Thank you to the public who has been hearing us, and to all the representatives who have participated and followed this process in all our countries. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señora Alicia. Muchas gracias por estas palabras fantásticas, y quiero también reconocer que las mujeres tienen un papel tan fundamental en la negociación, diseño e aplicación de este acuerdo, tanto de los gobiernos y la sociedad civil. Para mí ha sido un proceso fantástico de ser parte, y me he inspirado por todas ustedes, me han inspirado en el panel por apoyar un acuerdo, por hacerlo avanzar hacia adelante y ver luego su implementación. Muchas gracias a todas estas mujeres fantásticas que han participado en el Día Internacional de los Derechos Humanos. Sé que los derechos humanos empezaron en pequeños lugares, que para que no, tal vez no podemos ver en un mapa en todo el mundo, pero son derechos que tienen significados en todas partes, deben tener significado para cada persona. Muchas gracias por sus palabras tan inspiradoras, y ahora devuelvo la palabra a Maureen Payne, la presidenta de esta sesión. Muchísimas gracias a cada uno. Muchísimas gracias, Carol. Ha sido una forma fantástica y maravillosa de comenzar el día. Muchas gracias a estas mujeres tan inspiradoras por su conocimiento y experiencia, y muchas gracias por moderar la sesión. Quiero agradecer a todas las personas del panel por su testimonio y sus intervenciones que nos empujan a reflexionar. Nosotros nos hacemos eco de sus sentimientos y sabemos que nuestro medio ambiente está afectado por desastres naturales, y ahora lo que me recibí de las oradoras es la importancia del diálogo, colaboración y compromiso, y quiero decir que son principios muy importantes que están hechos carne en el Acuerdo de Escazú: participación pública, acceso a la justicia. Es todo fundamental para que nuestro ambiente sea un mejor lugar. Y hay un mensaje: es esta pandemia del COVID, debemos tener una visión y trabajar más dura para que los temas ambientales no se pierdan, porque los mercados financieros y los gobiernos están muy preocupados de la recuperación económica y la economía. Pero decía, cuando nos centramos tanto en las economías, los gobiernos tienden a relajar las regulaciones para que rápidamente se reactive la economía. Y por eso en el acuerdo de Escazú es una herramienta tan útil, porque mientras haya más enfoque en la recuperación económica, lo más posible es que relajen las medidas de protección al medio ambiente. Así que debemos decir, ha sido gran inspiración y ustedes todos lo han dicho. Quiero agradecer a nuestra joven campeona y también ustedes son el futuro y esperamos que sigan siendo inspiradas por estas maravillosas, fantásticas mujeres. Debo decir mi agradecimiento muy especial a la honorable señora Robinson, especialmente un agradecimiento en nombre del gobierno de Antigua Barbuda, nuestras ONG, porque nos ha ayudado muchísimo en todo lo que usted ha hecho. Quiero aplaudirla públicamente y agradecer, y es bueno saber que tenemos una ex campeona con la señora Robinson. Y con esto entonces yo quisiera ser como ustedes, me gustaría ser de niña haber dicho, quisiera ser como ustedes al crecer, cuando sea grande. Yo sé que ustedes están trabajando sin descanso para mejorar la situación de derechos humanos y el medio ambiente, para que seamos un faro para el resto del mundo. Porque muchísimas gracias, señoras, y ahora vamos a tomarnos un descanso de 5 minutos. 5 minutos entonces para recuperar a las 11:10 horas de Trinidad y Tobago, para recuperar, tomar un breve descanso. Volvemos. Muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
¿Aló?
Disculpa, pero no tenemos el sonido, señora Rubin. No podemos interpretar porque no nos llega el sonido de Rubin. No sé. No tenemos audio. Buenas tardes, Antigua. No la podíamos escuchar. Señora Marlon, ¿podría, por favor? Estaban sin audio. Seguimos sin audio de Antigua y Barbuda. No la podemos escuchar. Tal vez tenemos el mismo problema que tuvieron ayer.
Madam Chair?
Señora Presidenta, no sé, quisiera saber, yo estoy conectado ya con la... Muchísimas gracias. Sí, pero... Ahora tampoco no la podemos escuchar, Antigua. Señora, no sé si usted podría cambiar la configuración del audio. A lo mejor se configuró el micrófono.
No, we cannot hear you right now.
Lamentablemente seguimos sin poder escuchar la intervención de la señora Morín.
If you want, Marlon, you can disconnect or reconnect again WebEx, and we can wait for you. Sorry for the issue with...
Lamentamos el problema que tenemos con Antigua y Barbuda. Debemos esperar algunos minutos para que se puedan desconectar y reconectar.
Okay. Now it's...
Ahora, perfecto, sí la podemos.
That, right, as I say, we'll be moving on to the next item on the agenda, and that is looking at the rules relating to the structure and functions of the committee to support implementation and compliance with the SCC agreement. This item refers to the rules relating to the structure and functions of the committee to support implementation and compliance. And as we all know, Article 18 of the agreement establishes that such rules should be adopted at the first conference of the parties. As we know, the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance is a subsidiary body of the Conference of the Parties, and has as its mandate to promote the implementation of the agreement and to support the parties in that regard. The committee should be of a consultative and transparent nature, non-adversarial, non-judicial, and non-punitive, and it shall review compliance of the provisions of the agreement and formulate recommendations in accordance with the rules of procedure established by the conference of the parties, ensuring the significant participation of the public and paying particular attention to the national capacities and circumstances of the parties. As with the other two matters to be discussed, the rules related to the structure and functioning of the committee were discussed in two virtual meetings in this year. And as a result of those meetings, the Secretariat was requested to prepare a document with the core elements for consideration. Such document has been prepared and has been previously distributed by the Secretariat and is available online at the meeting website. To spark a debate, and I'm sure we're going to have a very lively and interesting debate, I now invite the Secretariat to present the proposed core elements for consideration in the preparation of rules relating to the structure and functions of the committee to support implementation and compliance of the regional agreement. So Secretariat, over to you for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. As the Madam Chair just said, the aim and the nature of the committee for implementation and compliance of the regional agreement is under Article 18, saying that this will be a subsidiary body of the Conference of the Parties, consultative, transparent, non-contentious, non-judicial, and non-punitive, and will examine compliance of the provisions and will formulate recommendations, ensuring significant participation by the public. Considering the capacities and circumstances at national level and determining rules for composition and operation at the first Conference of the Parties. I would also like to mention some background for the proposal that we're making available to countries today, saying that as the Madam Chair said, the mandate given by the presiding officers is on the core elements for consideration to inform discussions by this committee. And for these two webinars, informative webinars, were held this year on April the 29th and June 23rd. We had participation there, 21 countries, representatives of the public and experts, and who will be with us today in this session. We received inputs from ratifying and signatory countries, and also discussed with the public in an informative webinar organized on May 27th and 28th, and where we addressed the significant participation by the public in the Escazú agreement, preparing for its entry into force, proposals and inputs. I would also like to mention some previous inputs, such as, for example, the panel of experts at the first meeting of signatory countries in San Jose, Costa Rica in 2019, also in Buenos Aires at the 7th meeting of the negotiating committee, a parallel event on this particular topic, and of course, international good practices that we've taken into consideration, specifically the committee on compliance with Aarhus that we will see later on. Then, regarding the structure and composition of the committee, say that the countries and public in their inputs mentioned that more important than the number of members was the experience of the group, and the number in general referred to an even number, say 5, it may be extendable to 7, based on the number of ratifying countries of the agreement. The mandate of the members of the group should be a personal mandate, beginning with a solemn declaration when they take on their functions, given the relevance of the position for a duration of 4 years, once renewable, but staged in order to ensure the continuity of knowledge and also, of course, of learning. And so, therefore, it is said that the first selection, at least 3 members, may have a 6-year mandate. Now, which will be the selection criteria of the members of the committee? These may be national or residents of the countries in Annex 1 of the Escazú Agreement, ensuring a regional and, of course, a gender balance, and also knowledge of access rights and legal expertise. Now, how would the members of the committee be elected? It is said that there could be a self-nomination, and based on this, the Secretariat would draft a list of proposed candidates based on the criteria established under item C, and that the election should be by consensus. However, and as foreseen also in the rules of the Conference of the Parties, all efforts made and the decision may be taken by election, by simple majority or a secret ballot. And the mandate will go from the end of the session of the COP, where each member is elected, and it said that no more than 2 members may be of the same nationality. In case of vacancies, it is proposed that presiding officers should elect from the previously roster any persons to fill these vacancies. Incompatibilities: members must be independent of the executive branch, perform their duties to preserve the dignity of the office, and shall prepare guidelines for conflicts of interest. Regarding privileges and immunities, these would be of the experts on missions for the United Nations. Then, the committee officers would be 1 chair and 2 vice chairs to serve as officers of the committee, and they would organize the work of the committee, of course, in accordance with working modalities adopted by the committee. The members would serve ad honorem and only travel expenses by Secretariat in accordance with the United Nations rules.
Regarding the sessions and work methods, the committee may meet with a quorum of majority. It shall hold in-person and virtual meetings. This is something that was discussed yesterday as well, when the rules of procedure for the Conference of the Parties was mentioned, as well as the situation that we find ourselves in now. And in-person meetings would be at the location decided by the committee in consultation with presiding officers and Secretariat. The meeting shall be open to the public except during deliberations, and at meetings the committee may hold an open dialogue with the public. Working languages would be those of the authentic texts of the agreement, Spanish and English, and where appropriate, arrangements may be made for translation or interpretation to facilitate the participation of vulnerable persons. Decision making, that would be by consensus. If all efforts are exhausted, decisions, and there is no consensus, decisions must be approved by a majority of members and voting. The committee may take decisions virtually or electronically using appropriate technologies. We understand that in the Aarhus Committee there is experience in this sense, so we will soon be hearing about that. Regarding the functions of the party, the following are proposed: reporting to the Conference of the Parties on the activities, offering support to the Conference of the Parties on implementation and compliance of the agreement, presenting systemic reports on the application and compliance of the agreement, responding to requests from the Conference of the Parties and elaborating reports on any aspect relative to implementation and compliance of the agreement, and providing advice and support to the parties by means of dialogue with each of the parties, making general comments on the interpretation of the agreement, and answering queries on the interpretation of the agreement made by a party or a member of the public. Now, another function of the committee will be to examine cases of allegations of noncompliance. For this, it is proposed that these be initiated by means of opening cases, communication from a party, another party, or a member of the public, and there will be measures in place to protect members of the public who submit a communication. The processing of cases would consider that the cases be opened through a communication, criteria to enter a case into the register, and admissibility of a communication, written submissions on the merits of the case and public hearings, deliberations on allegations of noncompliance, and preliminary observations for the adoption of the conclusions of the committee on a case. In order to examine noncompliance, there would be follow-up by the committee on the implementation of its observations, and the report to the conference of the parties in the event that the party concerned fails to implement the committee's observations. Now, significant participation of the public is established in Article 18 of the Escazú Agreement. It's an essential element, and from that point of view, as well as given the input received from the public, it will be guaranteed through the support to the conference of the parties and the right to provide information for reports on any aspect of the implementation of and compliance with the agreement by means of advice and assistance to the parties, which implies the right to participate in dialogues of the conference of the parties, the right to provide written information on application of the agreement, and the right to provide information and perspectives on the interpretation of the agreement. In the case of noncompliance, it is suggested that this be done by filing communications, submitting written information on factual or legal aspects of a case, the right to participate in any public hearings on a case, and the right to participate in follow-up on the implementation of the decisions of the committee by the interested parties. Regarding information and confidentiality, it is expressed that the committee will or may use any source of information it deems relevant. It may call upon technical or legal experts, including academic centers or non-governmental bodies. It may request information for its consideration. It may collect and, with the consent of the concerned party, collect information through a mission, and it may draw on information compiled by the clearinghouse. This would be observatory in Principle 10. That's in Article 12. And the disclosure of information shall not be confidential unless the committee so decides in accordance with the objectives of the agreement and rights of individuals. For example, in order to protect the rights of persons who could be subject to persecution, so what would be of importance here would be their protection. Now, regarding the measures taken by the committee and the conference of the parties, well, in adopting measures, the committee shall consider the national capacities and circumstances of the parties. It shall also consider the cause, type, severity, and frequency of noncompliance, as well as the national capacities. And the committee may take measures to facilitate a party's implementation and compliance of the agreement, including formulating observations on cases submitted to it, providing specific recommendations to a party, requesting the party to prepare an action plan for the full application of the agreement, requesting the party to report on progress in implementation, and providing advice and support to a party in the implementation of and compliance with the agreement. The Conference of the Parties may take measures to facilitate a party's implementation of and compliance with the agreement, including, for example, declarations of non-compliance or facilitating compliance, making warnings or issuing warnings, and in other measures. Regarding the synergies with other agreements and multilateral processes, the committee may enter into dialogue and consultations with other multilateral processes, be it at a regional or global level, to seek synergies for the full application of rights to access and other matters in the agreement. We know that most of the multilateral agreements, the environmental agreements in our region, contemplate, of which, she corrects herself, of which the countries in our region are parties to, contemplate the access to information, to participation, and to justice. And from that point of view, there could be opportunities for synergies with these multilateral environmental agreements. Regarding institutional arrangements, it is suggested to carry a register of cases. The Secretariat would maintain a register of cases received, documenting everything. The documents would be submitted to the committee, and there would be substantive correspondence, committee's observations and follow-up, and all decisions of the parties on a specific case. Regarding the role of the Secretariat, it is suggested to provide the services required for the work of the committee, to maintain a register of cases, and there is mention of the importance of having transitional provisions to guarantee the adequate functioning of the committee, and the committee may not receive communications on the compliance of a party before carrying out the second conference of the parties. And the committee may not receive communications on the compliance of a party before a year of the entry into force of the agreement for that party specifically. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Torres, for that presentation. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the EDREC Secretary for preparing this document, which is before us for our consideration. Distinguished delegates, we're also joined this session by two renowned experts in the field, and we're very lucky to have Mr. Jonas Everson, who is a professor of law and chair of the Aarhus Convention Compliance Committee, and Mr. Marcos Orellana, who is the United Nations Special Rapporteur on hazardous substances and raising experts on international environmental law. Mr. Epstein and Mr. Orellana will be called upon to comment on proposal just made by the Secretariat. And I will start with Mr. Epstein. Mr. Epstein, sir, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you also for inviting me to this meeting of the signatories. I'm very honored, and I'm very glad to assist, if I can do so, in the way this is designed. Let me first also congratulate you for having come this far now in the development of the compliance and implementation mechanism. I thought it was very good at the outset that the convention itself doesn't set any specific rules and requirements, but rather that this is being developed in the way it is now through a specific decision by the Conference of the Parties. I should say that I think that the proposed core elements very well reflect the purpose of this mechanism to support the implementation and compliance of the agreement. And I can see, and I'm glad to see that you have considered not only the decision that sets up the Aarhus Convention Compliance Committee, but also learn from our experience during these almost 20 years of it. activity. So I will go through a few of the provisions where I think it is worthwhile to mention something, and then I will be available for any questions and comments also on those points where I didn't make a specific comment. So I will follow the structure of the proposed element and give a few comments on that. And I should say more generally that I think this is very promising. Again, it captures the idea of a body which is not intended, and I should stress this because I have understood that some countries in the region are concerned. This body is not intended to resolve disputes. If anything, it is intended to help avoiding disputes and to promote the parties' implementation of the agreement. So, and I think to that end, you have included the key elements, I think. I should say something about the members and the structure of the committee. My experience is, and I would advise you to consider the number of members. In this draft element, it is suggested that there should be 5 members, with the possibility to increase it to 7. The Compliance Committee of the Århus Convention consists of 9 members, and I think it is very valuable to have around that number, 9 members. I would think that 5 members could be too few for 2 reasons. First, assuming that you will be just as active as the Compliance Committee of the Århus Convention, you will get quite a few cases within the coming years. And our committee works on the basis of a certain internal responsibility where the committee members act as curators, kind of rapporteur internally for the cases. And if you only have 5 members and you will get an increasing number of cases, it means that each committee member would be responsible for quite a few. So I think you may consider adding 1 or 2 members, unless there are good reasons that I haven't heard of. It is also a matter of having the capacity and competence of the issues that the committee deals with. And to that end also, it's good not to be too few, because you will see, I think that is one of the niceties of working in a collective group like that, that you complement each other in this group and supplement it, and thereby having a few more, I think, could be helpful. I think that is something that you may consider before adopting this decision. You have a good provisions on regional and gender balance, I think. There is no provision on gender balance in the Århus Convention, but I see, also learning from the experience in the Århus Convention, that that is a good thing. And also, of course, of regional balance. And just as important, or even more important, is that the committee members act in their individual capacity, as you said, and also that the committee maintains and acts with integrity. This is not a court, but and not even a court-like body, but it will consist of some elements, and it will act with due process. And I think that the integrity and the strict rules on conflict of interest is very important to maintain the legitimacy of the committee and also the trustworthiness and the value of its outcomes. Moving on, because I know that I have limited time, to the meetings. There is one provision that I want to maybe hear more about or just give my thoughts on, and that is with respect to the open and closed meeting. I think it's an important principle which is set out here, that the meetings should be open to public except in certain situations. This is the case also for Århus Convention. However, it means in practice that most of the times our meetings are held in closed session, because much time is spent on deliberations on the conditions, on the non-compliance, etc. What is not set out, and I think that may be something to think of, is also in other situations where it may be useful for the committee to be able to work in closed session. For instance, when deciding and assessing measures to follow up on COP decisions. That may be just as tricky to have as an open session as when drafting the findings of the communication. Also, if the committee is to adopt advice which contains certain legal elements, it could also be a case that at least for some stages to have it in closed session, then inviting for comments by observers and others before finally adopting them. That is something that you may also think of. The principle of adopting decision by consensus, I think that is a very good one. We have so far adopted all our decisions by consensus formally, although we sometimes have internal voting on specific issues, but we have not have any separate opinions of any sort. So all decisions have been adopted by consensus. On hearings, I want also to say a few words. When the compliance committee of the Århus Convention was set up, and there was not so many cases, having hearings was a mandatory element in each deliberation. However, with the increasing number of cases, it turned out to be very difficult for time reasons. And we introduced a system where the committee can ask the parties about their views. In our case, the final decision rests with the compliance committee. Here in the draft elements, I'm not sure what it means when you said that on the one hand, the party concerned and the author of the communication shall have the right to request the hearing, and then that the committee shall decide whether to address the question of admissibility without the hearing, and also the case without the hearing. I think it could be important to clarify who has the last say, whether the party concerned and communicant have a right to that, or whether at the end of the day it is for the committee to decide. I will move on. I think it's a very important part in your part 5 of the draft elements about the participation of the public. We have learned that through our work also that both with respect to communications, but also in the follow-up of decisions by the Conference of the Parties, that it is very good to have the views from several actors, not only here the government's views on the measure it has taken. There's always a risk that the government may present it not incorrectly, but in a self-serving way to highlight the good things that maybe not mentioned in the past, which are not so effective. And in those parts, it's really useful both to have communicants, observers, and other members of the party participating. It's a way to get the facts right. It helps very much. And I cannot emphasize that too much, that helps a lot for the committee. I think it's a very good and innovative idea to include the possibility for the committee to request an action plan for the party to get into full compliance or to have full implementation of the committee. I also think that it is a good point to set out that the committee can engage with other multilateral environmental agreements. I think with the way I do right now with you, I think it's a very good opportunity for learning and for exchanging experiences. So this is also a very useful point at this. Finally, what I think is very important lessons to learn from our work is that the committee members will be working on a pro bono basis. So they will have their regular professions unless they are retired. It means that they do not have unlimited time to work on this. And even if they act faithfully and loyally and with good commitments, there is a need also to have an effective administrative support. In our compliance committee, in the Århus Convention, we have had very good capacity in the Secretariat. But with increasing number of cases, it is very important that the Secretariat can also expand to make sure that it provides sufficient support to the committee. And again, we have had very good support, but I know also that the Secretariat is working a lot to make sure that it gives the service to the committee that it should. I think at this stage I should stop, Madam Chair. I think I maybe took a few minutes too many, and I'm available if there are any questions later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that information, Edson. It's extremely valuable. And I want to say that the Århus Convention has been a constant point of reference for the SDG agreement. And we certainly draw upon your successful experience to inspire discussions. I think the point you made about the integrity and conflict of interest in the due process are all very important points, and also the open closed meetings and the public participation and how we deal with that. So thank you very much for your comments, and I'm sure there are more questions for you. So distinguished guests, we now have Mr. Marcus Orano, who will give us his observation comments. Mr. Orano, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. It's a real honor for me to join this conversation on the design of the elements that underlie the Committee on Support and Implementation of the Escazú Agreement now in my capacity as a Special Rapporteur on Toxics and Human Rights of the United Nations. If I may, I'll speak in Spanish.
And say first that the proposal put by the Secretariat is very rich and elaborate, while being short. And this is very important because achieving this balance between sufficient detail in order to provide clarity and guidance, but in turn not exceed what could be the design, is an important challenge, and I believe that the proposal does achieve a great balance in this regard. And then a second general point that I would like to highlight is that the proposal by the Secretariat reflects good practices at an international level, reflects the significant participation by the public, and also the nature of the committee in terms of its support functions as well as compliance. And regarding these three elements, I would like to focus now. First, good practices at international level reflected in these elements, as Professor Eberson said, we can in international practice see the performance of international bodies and treaties at international level, environmental agreements for decades now. The elements put forward by the Secretariat are a summary of the knowledge acquired in compared experience, and allow me to reflect some examples. First, the general observations, what is known as general comments, that help interpreting the agreement. This is an advanced practice in human rights treaty bodies. Some go back or have dozens of general comments, and that allow these instruments to address different rights and matters put forward in exercising these rights. And this is a concrete example of a good international practice. Another example is in visits by the committee to the territory of the parties. And these visits are very, very relevant because they allow dialogue, open dialogue, between the party and the committee in a range of topics in relation to access rights covered under the Escazú Agreement. And also, I would like to share another example in terms of the election of the committee members. The proposal by the Secretariat reflects the good practice by the Council of Human Rights in terms of selecting special rapporteurs, for example, where the applicants or applications are open, and there is a body to form the collegiate body for these special procedures. And so these good international practices are reflected here. And this is an important issue. And also that this reflects a significant participation by the public as is under the mandate of the agreement. And all of this reflects the matter of the agreement, the access to information, the right to contribute information to the various functions, the right to put forward cases, the right to take part in public hearings, and the right to take part in the follow-up mechanisms. All of these are very, very important for effective participation by the public in what is done by the committee, and also access to information. As I was saying, the Secretariat mentioned a record of cases, and this is in the access to information in the documents created in the in what the committee does. And so participation by the public is also something that is reflected in this proposal. And then lastly, the committee functions set forth in this proposal also reflect the nature. Support as well as compliance. Support for the Conference of the Parties, for example, drafting a systemic report. Because the committee will have an opportunity to have this broader view, and based on their knowledge of cases, they can consider structural issues affecting the implementation, holistic implementation of the agreement by the parties. And then also support for the parties. For example, in terms of compliance of cases, working with the cases would allow to focus scarce resources where they're most needed. And also, as was mentioning, the relevance of due process, and the proposal by the Secretariat is clear, is a very agile, participatory, and a process that leads to conclusions and recommendations that are concrete as a plan of action, and a process that also encompasses a follow-up of the recommendations. That clarity is essential for what the committee does in terms of compliance. But not only compliance, it's also support for the parties in terms of their dialogue between the committee and the party. And there, a very good international practice is the consultation process, open dialogues that allow addressing now no longer specific issues and cases, but structural situations. For example, capacity, institutional capacity building, or regulatory frameworks in general. And so there is a third element, in that the nature of the committee, support and compliance, are both reflected in these elements. And so, in conclusion, Madam Chair, I would like merely to reiterate that the proposal is a balance between brief elements and a correct proposal for the operation of the committee, and that reflects good international practices, effective participation by the public, and the nature of the committee in terms of support as well as compliance. And so lastly, this proposal is an excellent basis for the rules on the composition and operation and functioning of the for the agreement to be put into force by the parties. And I'm open to any comment and question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias, señor Orellana. Como siempre, muy claro, muy integral, y yo sé que lo he conocido por las reuniones o sesiones de negociaciones, comentarios muy profundos. Agradezco la experiencia internacional que usted ha compartido con nosotros y espero que más adelante sean fundamentales para nuestros avances. Las delegaciones y el público ahora tendrán la posibilidad de solicitar la palabra para comentarios y observaciones. Entiendo que Costa Rica ha solicitado la palabra, así que Costa Rica, usted tiene la palabra. Muchas gracias. Gracias, señora presidenta, y gracias al señor Evanson y al señor Orellana, y ahora voy a cambiar a español.
Thank you once again for your comments, and I would like to thank the Secretariat for drafting this document, which will be the basis for our discussions next year, in order to put together a first draft of these rules, or several drafts of that we may agree on in the first conference of the parties. I think it is very relevant that all delegations may take this document as the basis for what we will build, because contrary to the document that we saw yesterday on the rules of procedure for the Conference of Parties, and that the Secretariat also prepared an excellent draft. This first draft, I believe we should take it, and we, the states, be responsible for taking it or drafting it based on the inputs by the Secretariat. And that also picks up a lot of what we've already discussed during the webinars a few months back. And so I would merely like to add that comments by Mr. Edison as well as Mr. Orellana are all very valuable. And for example, with regard to when it is possible to have closed meetings of the committee in terms of compliance, because this is something we must pay attention to and examine. And another point that we had mentioned a few months back had to do with he says quality, but I believe qualifications of the people who will be members of the committee, and that their technical knowledge is something to be taken into account at the time of electing them. In addition to the number of representatives that we may agree will be in the committee, or the geographic composition, but it must always be balanced, as well as gender parity. And perhaps this is a question more for the speakers. How do you see this of the qualities or qualifications in other conventions, if they're included under the same rule, or and to what the extent of detail is suggested for the election of these people? For ample participation in terms of the election of these members, but they should not have requirements that are too high or too strict. And so another aspect that I believe we should examine is the role of the Secretariat, because without a doubt, the support by the Secretariat is very relevant for compliance. But I do not know if the Secretariat would also have someone or people for constant support, or if the team requires dedicated people just for the committee, and if this should be something to examine in the rules that we decide on. Well, for the time being, those would be my comments and questions, so thank you once again.
Muchísimas gracias, Costa Rica.
Regarding the closed meetings, the qualification, all committee members, their technical knowledge, and those the gender balance and geographical balance taken on board. And we have another request to the floor that the representative to the public, Mrs. Daniel Andre Vidal. Daniel, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank ECLAC for preparing the proposal with the core elements, as well as the speakers, Mr. Orellana and Mr. Everson, for your input into the discussion. The elected representatives, we have been consulted throughout the process. There have been various meetings to discuss what our viewpoints are on the proposed committee on implementation and compliance. And we have actually drafted a proposal which has been sent to ECLAC, as well as to the members subscribed in the regional public mechanism. It's also on the website of the Access Initiative. And I do hope the delegates will have sight of that proposal as well. The first thing that we wanted to highlight, and I'm so happy that it is reflected in the core elements proposal, as well as mentioned by the speakers, is that public participation and transparency is a crucial element in the success of this committee. We think we actually think it's fundamental to this process, and it has to conform to the essence of what the Escazú Agreement means, which is to guarantee the rights of procedural access, in particular, access to justice. We have reviewed the core proposal and just wanted to highlight a few things. One of the things that we wanted to mention is in relation to the process for election of members to the committee. And we think this is an area that could also be supported by the participation of the public, not just in being able to nominate members of the committee, but we assume that there will be a particular process to shortlist potential candidates, so those who meet the qualifications that have been set, or the criteria that has been set for membership. And our proposal is that there should be a seat for the elected representatives of the public in that shortlisting process. In addition, we note that there is in the core proposal a recommendation or a point that the members of the committee will be elected by the COP, by consensus, and failing which there will be a vote. Our proposal is that in the event that consensus can't be obtained and there is a vote, that consideration be given to the elected representatives being able to participate in that voting process. One of the key things added to the success of this committee, and we're so happy that it was included in the proposal on the core elements, is allowing communications from members of the public, having the public being able to trigger this process of review, of implementation and compliance. Giving the public this right on a known and clear procedure, we think, can help people gain trust in their governments and prevent social conflicts. And along that line, we know that there's a reference to admissibility requirements for these types of communications, and all concern here, which we would like to have addressed in the proposal, is that the admissibility requirements should not be overly complex so as to serve as a barrier for them being able to access this committee. We note that, and perhaps Mr. Edison can comment on this, that in our situation, even though there is an admissibility requirement for attempts to resolve the issue to be done, that is not a barrier for somebody for bringing a complaint before the committee. It's not an automatic barrier that they have exhausted all avenues of redress. And so we would like, similarly in this process, that the admissibility requirements are not onerous. In terms of, and this is important because we know that many times in terms of at the national level, some access to justice procedures, judicial or administrative, can be lengthy. There may be other issues within that process that make it difficult for people to obtain redress. And so it shouldn't be an automatic barrier that they have to exhaust all avenues of redress available to them before they can come to the committee. One important thing that we would like to raise for your consideration in this process, and perhaps Mr. Edison can also comment on this, is in relation to the situation of environmental defenders. We heard yesterday from various speakers how dire the situation is, and we're seeing the trend in killings continue and increase, and it cannot continue. The status quo cannot remain. We have touted the Escazú Agreement as being not only symbolic, but also being treated to address this issue of environmental defenders. And I think within this process of this committee, there is a space and an opportunity to speak truth to that and to have some space for redressing the issue concerning environmental defenders. And so I propose that the committee should be empowered to receive requests from the public to take urgent action to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters who are at risk. So these actions should include the power to recommend protective or preventative measures that will protect them or the collective rights of their community. The other issue that we wanted to raise concerns in relation to the public. We think that the public can play an incredible supportive role, so we're happy that the proposal includes elements that allows the public to provide input into the sessions and that they're open and that they are will not be closed unless there are exceptional circumstances that are justifiable. We also see that in the development of the action plans and follow-up measures, the public can also help to serve a role because many times the public are closer and intimately connected to the measures that would be implemented at the national level. And so having them be able to participate in that process, the follow-up and the action plans, we think can have some benefit towards the committee's work. Lastly, the proposal does not look at one issue that we think is critical and tied to the ability of the public to be able to submit communications to this committee. Now, as our agreement notes, and as many of you are already familiar with, lack of access to financial or technical expertise and means can serve as a barrier to access to justice. And we propose that the rules relating to the committee and accessing the committee should give consideration to supporting persons, especially persons and groups in vulnerable situations, to be able to afford the cost to gather, to be able to present their communication. So this could mean being able to gather and send documentary evidence and expenses relating to appearing before the committee if needed, or for witnesses and experts that are necessary for their communication, to be able to participate in the session hearings, and whether these costs are supported by the Secretariat or the voluntary fund or financial mechanism within the agreement, that is something that we think should be part of the proposal relating to the committee. And those are our main comments regarding the proposal. Thank you again to ECLAC for creating a very substantive document outlining the core elements. And we look forward to a discussion and further expansion of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle, for those important comments and observations. Thank you so much. The next person requested to speak is the representative from Uruguay. Uruguay, you have the floor. Thank you.
Gracias, señora Presidente. Es un gusto poder dirigirme nuevamente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to be here at this session. I would like to thank the Secretariat and all colleagues who have participated in the prior activities. And working on the core aspects of this, the rules of procedure for the committee. And I would like to stress that because we are in front of a support committee. It is a committee that will support the application and compliance of the Escazú agreement. The agreement is prolific in adjectives to say what the character is and what is not the character of this committee. It's called consultative, transparent, but not contentious, non-punitive as well. I stress this because we can't forget what the true characteristics are of this support committee. Having said this, I would like to make a few comments and ask some questions. And I would like to follow Marco's idea so you can continue to illustrate us. I would like to propose a few elements. As we said yesterday, there's a proposal of rules of procedure. Any reader who takes the text that we saw yesterday and the one we read today, they will find that yesterday we had a set of rules drafted and developed that has a clear presentation, an adequate presentation. I believe that in this case that we're considering today, there is it does not yet present a draft that can actually take it to an actual set of rules, and that would be very good. When I refer to one of the points, it will be quite difficult when I say, oh, in element X, number X, letter 1, etc. It is a very complex system, and that is why I would like to stress that we are not ready yet, at least in terms of a normative text where we can see the advantages and the things that are pending. Madam Chair, regarding the content, I would like to mention a few questions that perhaps the experts can help us answer. In the first place, I would like for the experts to explain, not around actual practices outside of multilateral agreements, but specifically in international law and international environmental law. If the experience and good practices of a support committee or a compliance committee, as it is called in other cases, the integration, the composition of these committees is always of individuals, or if I'd like to know if there are committees that where this integration could be aimed at member states and or individuals. And I would like to explain why I would like to hear from the experts and have their opinion. Because one thing is that the mandate is carried by an individual, and another is that it is chosen from individually, but coming from a roster. And in terms of incompatibilities, they need to be independent of the executive power of a state. I can understand the purpose of the rule that seeks to be implemented, but I have to ask myself, for example, in the case of the Escazú Agreement, which will require legislation, it will require significant, important laws in our countries. Wouldn't it also have to be independent of the legislative body? And if we're talking about an agreement that seeks access to justice, wouldn't it also have to be independent of the judiciary? So I believe that more than an incompatibility, perhaps we should focus on the characteristics that we seek in the people who would form part of the committee. It's not the same to set conditions or characteristics versus incompatibilities. So I think it would be good to clarify that. And in fact, even after the interventions by the public, there couldn't be a representative of the public because under the scheme that we're managing, there's no representatives of the member states. And saying it differently, they would all be parties and they would all be public. So I believe this is something I would like to clarify. Can it be found in other practices, in other bodies? I also ask myself if the geographic or sub-regional representation that was mentioned yesterday in the case of the presiding officers, it's very common to ask ourselves this in the UN environment. Maybe it wouldn't be reflected, or maybe just they wouldn't just be adequate. I know that there's some things that have a more political perspective, but I'm asking from the perspective of experience and good practices in multilateral agreements. The second item, I believe the public has mentioned this, and even our colleague from Costa Rica. I ask myself if whether in an agreement that will have an unlimited number of parties, wouldn't it be more adequate for this committee to operate under the Conference of the Parties? Because, well, for that, I would also like to know what the most recommended experience is. And the last thing, and I'd like to finish with this, Madam Chair, is that I'd like to call your attention to Proposal 7, page 10 in the Spanish document, referring to measures of the committee and the Conference of the Parties, in which, in letter D, there are a series of measures mentioned, among them that the Conference of the Parties can opt for, and it even says suspend the rights and privileges of a party, including the right to vote. The drafting is wise. It doesn't restrict. It would be logical to restrict the Conference of the Parties here, but what catches my attention is that there's a proposal to suspend the right to vote that we find in Article 16 of the agreement. My question for the experts would be, how would you solve this power presented in this letter? How would you conciliate it with Article 16 of the same text? I think that with this, I would like to leave these points on the table, and I'd like to reiterate Uruguay's disposal to work with great dedication to create these rules for the support committee in drafting adequately the rules. We believe in the need for these bodies to comply with these multilateral agreements, and that is why we do this in the spirit of contributing to the process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you all for those comments. Thank you for those comments. The delegation of Panama has sent in their comments and observations, so I will read that, and then after that, I think I'll give our experts an opportunity and the Secretary to respond to the comments that have been made. Panama wishes to thank ECHA for their excellent work in the preparation of the proposal, which served as the basis for the document to be approved during the first conference of the parties. They agree with Costa Rica and consider that it is necessary to create contact groups to continue working on these proposals with the significant participation of the public as well. So with that, I will give the floor to Mr. Epson and then Mr. Orlando for their comments and observation, and then the Secretariat. So Mr. Epson, do you wish to make any comments and observations that have been made? So you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There were a few comments that I would like to address, and the first one was by Ms. Andrade Goffert about the admissibility level and about the criteria of using domestic remedies. And as she rightly pointed out, in the decision setting up the compliance committee for the Aarhus Convention, there is no absolute requirement to exhaust the domestic remedies. There are some criteria which are absolute that you must apply, but then with respect to domestic remedies, it says that the committee should, at all relevant stages, take into account any available domestic remedy. And that is something that the committee does. And we have, in a number of cases, found the communication to be inadmissible because we understand that there could still be a pending appeal of the case domestically, or that the communicant has not attempted to use any of the domestic remedies, even though they seem to be perfectly fine and available. Having said that, though, we have also several cases where the committee has considered that even though there may be domestic remedies, either in this specific case, they would not be adequate, they wouldn't work effectively, they would not be timely. So for that reason, the committee accepts the case. So the committee has discretion there. And I think this is a good balance on the one side to make sure that the parties have a chance to remedy the situation by themselves. Access to justice is part of the package in the agreement, just like in the Aarhus Convention. So if there is a domestic remedy available, I think it is a good practice and principle that it should be used first, unless it is too expensive or ineffective. But again, there could be some more systemic aspect, for instance, where there is no remedy available, or it could be that the case is so, even though this is not, the committee is not a remedy, but more rather forward-looking, that there could be other reasons. So I would propose, if there is something included to this effect, that you could draw on the compliance committee in this respect also, to give some leeway for the committee to consider in each case. With increasing number of cases for the committee to deal with, we apply this adequately, but we do this at every case, and we do ask the parties when we consider the admissibility whether there were indeed domestic remedies available. I think the Escazú agreement develops international law in this respect further than the Aarhus Convention with respect to the protection of environmental defenders and human rights defenders. We have a provision in the convention, Aarhus Convention, whereby the parties commit to ensure that members of the public are not prosecuted, penalized, or harassed for exercising the convention right. And that can be applied rather similarly as in the Escazú agreement, but I think that this provision is very useful. And even though it's not only in the ECLAC region, but also in the QDCE region where we have problems with this, of course, we know that in Latin America and that there are big problems with the protection of human rights defenders and environmental defenders. So you may consider to clarify to what extent there should be a specific process to trigger very urgent cases. Currently, this is being discussed in the Aarhus Convention as a possible proposal for the next meeting of the parties to introduce a specific rapid response mechanism to this effect. So I definitely see the need to have this, and I think it would be very important for the effectiveness of the agreement in the future in quite a number of parties. If I may continue, Madam Chair, there were some questions from the representative of Uruguay about the experiences of compliance committees. And yes, there are other compliance mechanisms also in global treaties, but in those, most of them, the representatives do not act in their independent personal capacity, but representing states. And I think it is very important in these agreements, the SKSU and the Aarhus, that the committee members act in their individual capacity, because this is, even though again it is not contentious, it is not a judicial process, but nevertheless members of the public have claims and quite often disagree with the governments, and I think it would have a significant effect to the worse if the committee members did not act in their personal capacity. And again, it is the Conference of the Parties that elect and decide on the composition of the committee. So I think that in that way, the parties may still have a good chance of making sure that the members have the capacity, the integrity, and the moral character that you want them to have. I would also point out in this respect, in this context, with respect to integrity of the committee, that we apply a rather strict principle also of conflict of interest in specific cases. Some of the committee members act as consultants for non-governmental organizations, but if it's turned out that he or she has worked for an organization that has brought a communication to the committee, then that committee member does not participate in the deliberations. And we put in the report that there was a declared conflict of interest. I think this is also a very good way for the committee to develop. And it should do so even if you do not have an express provision in the decision on that effect. Finally, I have no very good answer on the question about the relation between Article 16 of the SKSU agreement and the privileges and rights. I would interpret this, but again, this may require further reading, that by using the vote in Article 16, that member of the parties has agreed to a procedure where this possibility of suspending certain rights is introduced. And if that should not be applied in a specific case, then the party would have to ask for reopening of this decision. I should say that this provision has not been used so far in any case in the Aarhus Convention. We have in a few cases used the formulation of cautious, which we think has been quite useful, even though, of course, we do not have very strong enforcement measures. But one should not underestimate the political signal and value of using this in rather exceptional cases. So by that, Madam Chair, I finish now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those comments and observations, the insightful discussion you've had with us. I am going to hand the floor over to Marcos Laureano. Mr. Laureano will have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Several of the topics addressed in the questions have been answered by Professor Eberson, but I would like to add to what's already said. The first, what Costa Rica said regarding the criteria for selection. The challenge there is finding a broad formula that includes content, but does not limit and exclude people that may have the capacities. And the formula used in agreements is referring to the matter of the agreement, and this is what this does. And so I believe that although rudimentary, it is sufficiently accurate and ample to allow people that do have expertise in terms of access rights may be elected as members of the committee. And then the capacity of the secretariat, if it is necessary to have specialized personnel totally dedicated to this or not. My perception is that this practice is cross-cutting in agreements for implementation and compliance, so that in many of the secretariats that support these committees, there are people that are exclusively dedicated to provide support to the committee, but that it is not necessary that it be included under the rules. In fact, it is a matter, an administrative matter really, rather than regulation of the committee. But nevertheless, it is a very relevant topic. And perhaps very briefly, on account of the time, with regard to the requirements for admissibility, and the professor has already elaborated on resources and the depletion of internal resources. I would like to highlight that. Of course, any admissibility requirement may be a barrier, and that is precisely its function, to constitute a barrier, but that is not a barrier, an undue barrier or undue burden, because if it's an undue barrier or burden, this means that the doors are being closed on legitimate communications. But yes, having a barrier in terms of excluding communications that may be frivolous or that are being dealt with elsewhere, this is an international practice, and this is the way the mechanism has to focus its scarce resources on those cases where the topics are more urgent and grave. And this aims at another thing mentioned by the representative of the public, which is protection of environmental defenders and human rights. These consider certain aspects in order to avoid reprisals against people that use this mechanism. As was well mentioned by Professor Edison, the Escazú agreement is innovative in that it includes explicit provisions for the protection of environmental defenders. And so any breach, non-compliance of these provisions would give rise to it. Is possible that one party or another, the public, may file communications regarding aspects of the proposal, and this would affect the work of the committee with regard to environmental defenders. Now, there's an excellent question here. Is it useful to think of going a little further? For example, having a function for rapid response to urgent situations, or perhaps this idea is a way of overloading, burdening the committee, and it would be necessary to have another subsidiary body of the Conference of Parties that may be specially designed for that function, because we could understand that it may be a function that involves a large number of resources. And so there is a question there that I would say is very legitimate for discussion of the rules. And then also the representative of the public mentioned the support that the Secretariat may provide in terms of communications. The proposal considers similar support with regard to the interpretation, the possibility of interpreting in working languages in order to strengthen the capacity of the public to take part in hearings when they're held, especially people in vulnerable situations. This is a good question. And so if that guidance that inspires that aspect should be taken a little further and consider elements to support the drafting of communications and so on. And then the delegate from Uruguay says compatibilities, the executive ability of people. The observation is very relevant because other branches of the state may be involved in a case examined, say, by the compliance committee, may identify an incompatibility in a particular case that could be a more generic incompatibility on account of the public office. And so there is an area that, and without a doubt, it is worthwhile taking a second look. And then with regard to the right to vote, Article 16 said, so one way of seeing this is that the Conference of the Parties has a mandate under Article 15 to examine and promote the implementation and efficacy of the agreement. And so a decision by the Conference of the Parties that establishes rules for the functioning of the committee and that considers the possibility of suspending the vote may be understood in the light of that provision, implementation and efficacy of the agreement. And also, I think it's important to highlight that suspending the vote is a precedent that goes back to the rules of similar committees since the first formed the Committee for the Implementation of the Montreal Protocol, but is not used usually. When it has been used, it was the result of due process at world level or situations that are extraordinary. And what may be expected is that the committee, in dialogue with the parties, may, as Professor Ellison also said, prevent disputes, controversies, and resolve issues, support the implementation. And so this of the right to the vote and its suspension is something that should not come up in practice. And then lastly, Madam Chair, on account of the time, we have the issue of conflicts of interest. Professor Edison also mentioned this, and also the delegate of Uruguay. I would like to say one thing, and that is that also contemplated is the possibility and the need for the committee to formulate ways of work. Because one thing is the rules, the scheme of things that determine somehow the backbone and the skeleton for functioning by the committee. And then you have the modalities, details, specificities. And so that is a good place for conflicts of interest in concrete cases in relation to the parties or with other entities and so on. There's a series of factors that could be seen in that context. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, sir, for those comments. Thank you for sharing your wealth of knowledge experience with us. You've both been committed to our course, so thank you so much for those comments. Now, I believe the Secretariat would like to respond to some of the comments. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Antes que nada, agradecer.
First of all, thank the experts, Jonas Edison and Marcos Arellana, for their presentation, and through Jonas, thank the Secretariat for the Aarhus Convention that has been accompanying and contributing with their knowledge throughout this process, and also highlight some aspects regarding the comment made by Jonas Edison on the number of members of the committee. Say that there were various proposals by countries and the public. This is not something that is closed and will, of course, be a matter for discussion next year. And in that context, I would also like to highlight the comment made by the delegate of Uruguay in the sense that this is a proposal of aspects to inform discussions and decision-making. And that in that context, of course, some consensuses are already taking shape, but as was said yesterday with the rules of procedure for the Conference of the Parties, we will be giving sufficient time to receive additional comments by countries and by the public in order to contribute to discussions on this matter and decision-making by countries at the first COP meeting.
Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta. Y entonces usted tiene la palabra. Ahora podemos cerrar. Muchísimas gracias. Creo que ya tenemos más solicitudes. Que Brasil quiere tomar la palabra. Brasil, usted tiene la palabra. Brasil. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Y yo quisiera hacer llegar nuestro agradecimiento a la secretaria de CLAC. Perdón, pero se escucha totalmente entrecortado. Creo que levanta temas muy importantes que deban discutirse en la primera COP. Y comenzando la sección 2, la composición de la estructura. Tenemos preocupaciones sobre la selección de miembros del comité. Para Brasil es muy importante tener un proceso inclusivo y abierto, pero hay diferencias importantes en la definición de residentes en nuestro país. Puede llevar a confusión entre candidatos y a la percepción del público sobre el proceso de selección. Creo que debe estar abierto a ciudadanos del país. Respecto a la elección, tenemos consideraciones respecto a las propuestas. Las elecciones deben ser lo más inclusivas posible. Sin embargo, nos preocupa el tema de uno podría generar un gran número de solicitudes que no sería posible para que el secretariado pueda preparar una lista de candidatos en tiempo, de manera oportuna. Para que sea más eficiente el proceso de elección, las partes debieran tener la posibilidad de proponer 3 candidatos, en vez de que todo el mundo pudiera enviar candidatos. Creemos que los funcionarios debieran tener una responsabilidad en preparar esta lista de candidatos, facilitando el trabajo de la secretaria. También nos parece que extender privilegios a los miembros de los privilegios, la convención establece privilegios e inmunidades prerrogativos a las Naciones Unidas y a sus empleados, que debiera ser el caso para el comité. A la sección 4 nos preocupa que las funciones exceden el mandato establecido en el artículo 18 del acuerdo. Primero, respecto al informe sistemático que se ha puesto en el párrafo B, necesitamos más clarificación, porque es importante aclarar que estos informes se centrarán en la aplicación y cumplimiento del acuerdo por las partes y no en la aplicación en forma más completa de todo el acuerdo. En el párrafo C, el diálogo entre el comité y las partes deberá basarse en reciprocidad. Y finalmente, una de las preocupaciones más importantes se relaciona con el párrafo D. Queremos recordar que durante las reuniones del comité negociador no se llegó a consenso en que si el comité debiera examinar o no casos de incumplimiento, pero esto se refleja claramente en el artículo 18 del acuerdo, que establece que el comité debería ser un organismo consultivo. La revisión del cumplimiento del acuerdo está descrito en el artículo 18, párrafo B. No debe ser entendido como un consentimiento específico de revisión de casos específicos de incumplimiento. El párrafo D de los elementos centrales está fuera del alcance del párrafo del artículo 18 y no es consistente con el espíritu del acuerdo. Además, las funciones del párrafo D transformará el comité en un cuerpo organismo casi decisivo que se opone a otros elementos instituciones internacionales que tienen mucho más experiencia y mejor posición para analizar casos de incumplimiento. está abiertamente, es evidente cuando se acuerda en la sección 5, por ejemplo, respecto de la participación del público. Se dice que el público tiene derecho a presentar información al comité sobre los aspectos legales del caso. Y respecto de la sección 5, tenemos algunos comentarios menores sobre el tema de confidencialización. El párrafo 8.1. Es importante que la fuente de información deberá ser confiable e imparcial, basada en datos verificables y precisos. Respecto al párrafo B1, la confidencialidad de la información del comité también debe aplicar a información confidencial que ha sido entregada por las partes. Me disculpo porque está muy mala la transmisión para la interpretación. Hay un segmento respecto de las medidas del comité y el COP. El texto del acuerdo afirma claramente que el comité de apoyo a la aplicación y cumplimiento es un órgano subsidiario de naturaleza no consultiva que solamente puede recomendar medidas a la conferencia de las partes. Pero el título de la sección debería cambiarse con medidas recomendadas por el comité a la COP. El párrafo 10 de la sección, las reglas no pueden establecer ni de predeterminar qué tipo de medidas implementará la COP. Las medidas que están indentadas ahí, que es la declaración de incumplimiento y la suspensión de derechos y prerrogativas, están básicamente en desacuerdo con el texto de acuerdo, que dice claramente que es de no adversarial y no punitiva. Muchas gracias por poder expresar nuestra visión y estaremos encantados de hacerles llegar nuestras opiniones en escrito. Gracias por sus comentarios. Estoy seguro que el secretario va a tomar nota. El próximo orador va a ser de Argentina, que ha solicitado la palabra. Argentina, usted tiene la palabra. Argentina tiene la palabra. ¿Me escuchan bien? Argentina, ¿me escuchan bien?
Yes, sí, la escuchamos.
Gracias, señora Yana Zapal, y lo mismo a los oradores, y también al señor Orihuela Webeson. Respecto del documento del Comité de Apoyo para Aplicación y Cumplimiento, respecto al acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales, es el espíritu de acuerdo, desde la definición en el artículo 2, subsección A. También tiene que ver con aspectos que vamos a discutir. Yo voy a pasar a español.
According to the treaty, each party will guarantee the access to justice in environmental matters. In accordance with the guarantees of the process, Articles 1 and 8. And regarding this document, it is a constructive foundation for the search for consensus. And in support to this compliance, there is a duty. It is a subsidiary body that must guarantee the right to access to justice. The support of the bodies, as we see in Article 18.1. The moment to determine the rules will be the conference of the parties, but it's consultative and transparent, non-contentious, non-judicial, non-punitive character allows for its transparent actions, and it must represent the geographic differences and gender parity. We would like to mention that the participation of the public is of the utmost importance. Now, regarding the interpretive aspects mentioned, we would like to stress the importance of the committee operating as stated in the agreement. We would like to stress the key elements that Mr. Edson mentioned in the considerations made by Mr. Orellana. The consideration of the national capacities and circumstances of each party in the adoption of the measures is fundamental. Its strengthening is present in the preamble. We've spoken of national circumstances of the parties. Given what has happened in 2020, the difficulty in deployment is essential for the care of the environment, and there has been difficulty in answering to these emerging needs, as Mr. Orellana mentioned in his last intervention. What happens is that we are marked by changing circumstances. They are environmental, natural, anthropic, and there is an approximated forecast. So definitions are an essential point. It's necessary to consider those circumstances of the parties when adopting these measures. And finally, item 3, sessions and working methods of the committee. The document, paragraph A, says the committee may hold open dialogue with the public, members of the public. We believe that this must be, the verb tense must be changed to facilitate and express, will sustain that dialogue. We are very thankful for the efforts made and the excellent results, and we wish this agreement much success, and we will send additional comments in writing. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señora ministra, por los comentarios. Y la próxima persona que quiere hablar es el representante del público. El representante del público tiene la palabra. Muchas gracias. Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta. Yo solamente quería hacer una breve intervención relacionada con la intervención del delegado de Uruguay. Solamente quería aclarar que algo que se dijo, y lamento si mi intervención no lo aclaré suficientemente, pero los representantes del público no están proponiendo tener un puesto como miembros del comité. La propuesta es ser parte del proceso encargado de hacer la lista de candidatos. Y si no hubiera consenso en la elección de los candidatos y se llegara a una votación, quisiéramos ser capaces de participar en la votación. Ese es el punto que yo quisiera aclarar. Muchas gracias. Gracias, Daniela, por la aclaración. Y la próxima persona a tomar la palabra es San Lucia. No sé quién toma la palabra de San Lucia. Usted tiene la palabra. Sí, gracias, señora presidenta. Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta. Y por nosotros quisiéramos, San Lucia, quisiera sobre todo agradecer al secretariado de Escazú por haber este documento tan completo, y consideramos este documento un documento de bonita. Nosotros estamos seguros esperamos que a medida que proceda la aplicación habrá espacio para ajustarlo y adaptar el documento. Para lo que estamos haciendo ahora es avanzar no tan rápido, pero habrá un punto en que se ajustará de acuerdo a lo que se necesite. Queríamos comentar en especial respecto de los aspectos del documento que tienen que ver con que el comité sea capaz de invitar a expertos técnicos. Eso es muy bueno porque requeriremos experticia, y también felicitamos respecto a las modalidades de participación del público. Estamos encantados que Daniel Andrade haya aclarado, porque yo justamente le iba a pedir aclaración sobre ese tema que de Daniela. Y también felicito al secretariado por el equilibrio de géneros en la composición del documento, como también el compromiso y la vinculación con otros miembros, porque es fundamental que haya una parte fundamental del acuerdo. Habiendo dicho esto, quisiera también hacer algunos comentarios sobre nuestras preocupaciones. Nosotros estamos de acuerdo con el señor Evenson y Orellana cuando hablan sobre la necesidad de tener la utilidad de tener un mecanismo de respuesta rápida respecto a las audiencias y los casos. Estamos de acuerdo en términos de que el número de miembros. Sí creemos que 5 miembros no es suficiente, que tal vez debemos buscar más sobre 9 miembros. No estamos seguros cuáles son los recursos que tendrá el secretariado, la secretaría, pero pensamos que cuando se toman las decisiones se requiera más miembros. Y estamos pensando en 9 más que 5 miembros. Ahora, también estamos de acuerdo la necesidad de un plan de acción para la aplicación, porque necesitamos tener guías respecto de cómo podemos seguir avanzando, sobre todo en términos de documentación. Y eso es muy importante en términos a nuestras preocupaciones. Nosotros sabemos que los miembros del comité actuarán en su calidad de personas. ¿Y por qué es importante que actúen en calidad de personas? Porque a nosotros nos preocupa que en este caso, de acuerdo a las guías, deberá haber pautas, sobre todo en términos de problemas de integridad, de conflicto de interés. Debiera ser claramente establecido que los miembros del comité estén conscientes de estas guías o pautas. Nuestra segunda preocupación tiene que ver con las medidas que para alentar el cumplimiento. Vemos que llegar al término de suspensión de prerrogativas, que es una de las medidas que podemos utilizar, que nosotros creemos que hay una clara pauta o guía de qué es lo que se exige antes de aplicar esta acción específica. También quisiéramos, sí estamos de acuerdo que en términos de audiencia y quién tiene la última palabra, esto deberá definirse claramente también. Señora Presidenta, es lo que las preocupaciones que queríamos agregar de San Lucia y muchas gracias por dejarnos participar en esta reunión tan importante. Muchas gracias, señora Wilson, por sus observaciones y comentarios. Y el siguiente es Costa Rica. Costa Rica tiene la palabra. Gracias, señora Presidenta, por darme nuevamente la palabra. Y ahora voy a cambiar a español.
Thank you very much to everyone who has made comments, especially to the representatives of the public. We have taken notes in order to feed the minutes that will continue our work. We will base ourselves to continue our work. The document prepared by the Secretariat upon request of the states is merely a starting point. Several people have said this. It is the starting point for next year. However, this foundation is very important. It has been created not only with a compilation of good practices from other agreements, but also with our contributions based on the webinars that we held last year. So it is not, again, it is not a first draft. It is simply a presentation of good practices and a proposal to build the first draft that will be discussed at the COP. Of course, that will be done in the first conference of the parties when the states, the member states to the agreement decide together with the public representatives how they will want to structure the rules of procedure for the committee, compliance committee of the agreement. And I'd like to stress here what was mentioned by the colleagues from Argentina, Uruguay, and others. It is a non-contentious, non-punitive, non-judiciary, and it is a consultative committee, and this is established in the text of the Escazú agreement. We must always clarify this when setting the rules. I wanted to briefly mention that, and I'd also like to say that we will be referring all these documents of the states, of the public, to the documents and their proposals as of today and until March 1st, 2021, and all these comments will be presented to the presiding officers as well as the discussions that arise in each matter. I believe that's all. I'd just like to invite you all to send in your comments and proposals in order to build the first draft of this document that will be made public at the COP by the parties of.
Muchísimas gracias por estos comentarios de delegados. Estamos llegando al final de nuestra sesión y antes quería darle a los expertos la oportunidad de hacer algún comentario final. Señor Everson, usted tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So let me first say that I'm sorry that I didn't reply to Costa Rica's comment in the first round, but I think that the answer given by Mr. Oriana was very accurate, and I will agree to that. So I would use my time. I would like to make a few comments with respect to the points made by Brazil. There were quite a few, and I would a bit, of course, based on our experience. Then it will be for the parties here to decide on how to do this. For the compliance committee of the Aarhus Convention, there is a requirement that the committee members be nationals of the parties. And there may be strong, good reasons to include also residents, those who are resident in the country or not. But I think this is something that the parties should consider. I could also think of maybe you have a good reason that individuals should be able to nominate themselves, but I can see that it could cause some practical problems to do so. The important point is that there should be possibilities for non-state actors to nominate members of the compliance committee, and it has to be carried out in one way or the other. It should not only be for the parties. I think it's important. But I can see that could, as the representative of Brazil pointed out, that could cause a bit of practical difficulties if you have huge numbers of individuals who nominate themselves. More important, I think, was with respect to the points, and here again, I will draw on my experience in the Aarhus Convention, with respect to issues under 4B and also, let me see, 4D about the functions of the committee. If I got it right, the representative of Brazil said that what is said as the function of examining cases of violation of compliance would be outside the scope. Well, here I would respectfully, again, drawing on my experience in those commissions, disagree. I think one has to keep in separate the fact that this committee can examine compliance or not and make its own finding, but then it will be for the conference of the parties to decide on any measures or to endorse that or not. So far, I am glad to say that in the Aarhus Convention, all committee findings have been endorsed, only except for one, which was postponed by the parties for certain reasons, but otherwise, the meeting of the parties has endorsed all the findings of the committee. And I think this also explains a bit the reference to legal. I mean, again, this is not a court, and it shouldn't act as a court. It should be forward-looking. It should work in dialogue, in a constructive dialogue, in constructive cooperation with governments and members of the public to make sure that the committee convention is implemented and complied with as far as possible. What I'm trying to say is that the convention includes a number of legal issues in order to comply with them. It's about rights to have access to information, to participate and have access to court. And if a committee is to examine to what extent party complies with it. I think this is the rationale, the raison d'etre of Article 15 of the Convention. Then it has to be able to examine how the legal system of the countries is. It doesn't mean that it becomes a court. It simply makes this assessment in light of the information given and presents its views. And then it will report to the meeting or the conference of the parties that we make the decisions is found correct. On another point, with respect to information, I think the representative from the CIS pointed out the importance of having reliable information. And of course, I can tell you by my own experience that it's very important for the committee to get information that is reliable. And we spend a lot of time with the help of the Secretariat to sort out and make sure that the findings that we make are built on reliable information. However, it is, as you know, very difficult at the outset to determine which information is reliable and which may not be that. And I think that this is an issue where you must trust the committee to be able to use the means possible to examine what is reliable and what may not be reliable in the case. But of course, that should be the very ambition. And that's why it's also helpful for our committee to get information from different sources, because that is a way to make sure that it is correct. And if we have a communicant and the government to agree on facts or on the legal interpretations of the national law, that is very helpful for us. I think there were such more other issues, but I think this was the most important point that I wanted to comment on here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Edson, for those comments. We'll now go to Mr. Orellana for his comments. You have a word, Mr. Orellana. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would like to take the floor to add to some of the ideas put forward by Mr. Ederson, especially with regard to the comments by Brazil. First of all, with regard to privileges and immunities, the UN Convention of 1946, this is a mention under the rules of procedure for similar committees, and so yes, there is a precedent there. And this Convention of 1946 contains a specific provision for experts on mission, which makes it particularly applicable to the privileges and immunities of committee members. That's first. Second, I would like to share a thought regarding the process of negotiating Article 18, and I was able to take part in all negotiation sessions and recall a key point, and that at the start, the mechanism was called compliance, and the idea of speaking also about implementation was precisely to extend the field of action of the committee a little bit beyond a mere examination of cases, because there are other tools that may be in the hands of the committee, aside from the examination of allegations of non-compliance, and that are very important in terms of supporting the parties and the conference of parties with regard to the implementation and compliance of the agreement. For example, there's talk about systemic reports. This is a very good practice at the international level, and also there's talk of dialogue among the parties or a party and the committee. And so there are tools that increase the kit of tools quite aside from the cases, but I do not believe that it is a time to rewrite the history of the negotiation of Article 18, of excluding from the compliance and the cases if the under examinations and should stem from the committee, because the examination of committees does not turn the committee into a court, and which allows to focus attention and resources on situations where it is there is a verifiably non-compliance, and this in relation to the negotiation and the content of Article 18. And then third, with regard to the recommendations by the committee to the conference of the parties during conversations negotiating the agreement, there were talks regarding good practices at international level and how the relationship between the committee, each party, and the conference of party, how this had evolved over time, showing that how at the start, when in the design of this type of committees, the committees made recommendations to the COP meeting and where the decision was finally made. However, very soon, in practice through compared committees, the committees were seen to have a direct relationship between the committee and the party, so that the recommendation by the committee be directly to the interested party. And if, in a case of non-compliance of these recommendations after a process of follow-up, the situation had still not been resolved, and the issues of the implementation and compliance continue. And so then, and only just then, would the COP act as an actor putting pressure for the better implementation and consecution of the agreement and or the mandate established under the Escazú agreement. So I would like to comment on these three the privileges and immunities in negotiation of what was Article 18, and also this direct relationship between the committee and the interested party with regard to the recommendations. And so lastly, Madam Chair, I would like to also highlight what has been pointed out by several delegates with regard to how this instrument, these core elements in the proposal are a basis for the construction of draft rules that may consider good international practices and that picks up on compared experience and allows moving ahead and not moving back in terms of the design of what is one of the most important bodies for the implementation and compliance of the agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those comments, Mr. Laria. Okay, sorry about that. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the end of our session for this morning. But before I close off the session, I have to express our profound thanks and gratitude to our two renowned experts in the field, Mr. James Edson and Mr. Marcus Olano, who have taken time out of their very busy schedules to inform and enlighten us and to give us the benefit of their knowledge. Gentlemen, I'd like to profoundly thank you on behalf of the government Antigua and Barbuda for being with us in this session. Thank you so much. Your comments and observations are very helpful. Thank you. And also, I'd like to thank the Secretariat as well. But before I end this session, there's some key points I'd like to emphasize. The Committee to Support the Implementation Compliance is a cornerstone of the agreement for the parties, but it's also for the public. The public needs to be actively engaged and be given a meaningful access to the committee. And this is also one of the keystones of the Escazú agreement. The House Compliance Committee, the Arts Prevention Compliance Committee, offers us a highly valuable model to enrich our discussions and to cast a way on the way forward. And we can also identify broad common grounds upon which to build a proposal, and the working group of countries can be set up to advance work in preparation for the first Conference of Parties meeting, and that will be very instrumental. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will close off this session, and we will take 1 hour for lunch. I make it 1:20, so we should be back at 2:20, and I'm asking everyone if they could be punctual so they can have a punctual start and get through all our business this afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
With a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is the place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is the place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and serve straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and serve straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and serve straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and serve straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, The destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and serve straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is the place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and serve straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is the place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is the place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is the place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is the place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is the place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is the place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, The destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is the place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is the place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. During the last few years, the twin island paradise of Antigua and Barbuda, situated within the Eastern Caribbean, has been emerging as a sustainable destination. Antigua and Barbuda's Ministry of Tourism has been at the forefront of the destination's sustainable journey, and this year, with a range of responsible tourism initiatives in place, the destination is now being recognized amongst the world's sustainable destinations. In Antigua and Barbuda, we've made going green a priority. Journey to a place where gorgeous landscapes and lush rainforests await you, where you surround yourself in beauty at environmentally responsible hotels. Here, it's about embarking on off-the-beaten-path adventures that take you on hikes through communities with local guides, environmentally friendly diving into turquoise waters, and kayaking through protected mangroves. We take pride in our fresh local produce and herbs gathered from our gardens and markets, and served straight farm to table in delectable local cuisine. This is a place where culture and heritage come alive. And with every visit to a historical site, retelling of folklores, and experiences shared with new friends and family, you are made richer in mind, body, and spirit. Welcome to Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, distinguidos colegas. Bienvenidos. ¿Me pueden escuchar bien? Buenas tardes. ¿Sí? ¿Me escuchan bien? Muchas gracias. Bienvenidos. Espero que hayan tenido un buen almuerzo y bienvenidos para el tercer y último punto para abordar en preparación a la sesión de la COP. Vamos a hablar de las disposiciones financieras para el financiamiento del acuerdo, incluyendo el fondo voluntario. El artículo 14 del acuerdo se ha establecido para apoyar el financiamiento para la aplicación del acuerdo, que deberá ser definido por la conferencia de las partes. El artículo 15, 4b, establece que la conferencia deberá analizar y adoptar por consenso las disposiciones financieras necesarias para el funcionamiento y aplicación del acuerdo. Para abordar este tema y hablar de otras expresiones, tendremos una presentación del secretariado de la CEPAL junto a otros temas de la secretaría. La secretaria, el señor Carlos de Miguel, hará la presentación. Señor de Miguel, le doy la palabra a usted. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
In the first place, I'd like to make a few initial reflections before I present to you some financial provisions for proper functioning. As you saw yesterday, the Secretariat offered a presentation on what they've done in the previous years, and the Secretariat, as is the case of the signatory countries and the public, have developed a very intense activity in order to strengthen capabilities and cooperation regarding the agreement. And it's important to stress that this example has continued and has taken place thanks to the Escazú agreement and its negotiation. And yesterday we had a very good session on a series of institutions that are available to support the agreement, and therefore we have a network of possible partners that could contribute to this implementation. On the side of the Secretariat, it's always been a priority to accompany this umbrella of strengthening of capacities, and this leads us to one of the core elements of the agreement. This agreement, the negotiation and the implementation of the agreement and its institutional structure have from the beginning been understood as a low-cost agreement, only restricted to the existing needs in the region. And of course, during this time, it's much more restricted. So any multilateral agreement, and specifically the Escazú agreement as the first regional agreement in Latin America and the Caribbean, must have some certain support and commitment and support for it to function properly. So in the presentation, the first thing I'd like to mention is the minimum elements of the agreement that it has, especially for those of you who are joining the process. The Conference of the Parties is its executive body, and it has some meetings that we need to support. There is the Compliance Committee. This morning we heard a discussion on its rules, and yesterday we heard some on the Conference of the Parties as well, and we hope to support them in order to so that for them to develop these activities adequately. And there's also subsidiary bodies that will eventually need some form of support, and according to the rules of procedure proposed by the Secretariat yesterday, there would also be presiding officers requiring support. So ECLAC functions as Secretariat and has support that needs to be maintained. But the fundamental pillar that includes all this strengthening of capacities and cooperation, as well as the Center for Exchange of Experiences in Articles 10, 11, and 12 of the agreement, which must be mentioned. Within the agreement, one of the main provisions is the creation of a fund that is a voluntary fund. I believe we need to mention a couple of things here. The objective of the parties, of the Secretariat, and the public is for it to be an efficient and low-cost organization. It's important to mention that there must be some sort of financial needs for the implementation. And what we've seen here is that in many cases, it's not just the financial resources that are missing, but changes in the processes or focusing on specific processes and setting priorities. So these elements will guide us in the development of the financial arrangements. So these financial arrangements have been discussed in previous meetings. There were several reports sent to the negotiating committee, also a report of the first meeting of signatories where we discussed these topics, and there's been some ad hoc reports from the Secretariat looking at possible functions and activities to be developed. We had an informative WebEx on August 25th. 15 signatory countries participated, as well as public representatives, and we also heard very good experiences, not only from the Aarhus Convention, but also the Focalai Fund. It's important to recognize the differences between global multilateral agreements and this one, which is regional. And at some opportunities, we've also talked about the multi-donor funds from ECLAC's side, and that's where we see Focalai. The mandate, I won't mention everything, but some of the functions of the Secretariat that we need to manage are, according to Article 17.2, is to convene and organize meetings and determine under the general guidance of the Conference of the Parties the administrative and contractual agreements necessary to carry out the functions effectively, and which needs to be solved. Likewise, the Conference of the Parties has another series of activities and obligations that are established in the agreement. We see them in Article 15.4, whereby during the first COP, we must discuss and adopt by consensus the financial provisions that are necessary for the functioning and implementation of the present agreement. And the Conference of the Parties will establish guidelines and modalities for mobilizing financial and non-financial resources from various sources to facilitate the implementation of the agreement. And here there's a couple of very important elements that guide us throughout the agreement, establishing financial and non-financial resources, but also different other sources to support the implementation and development of the institutional architecture of the agreement. Regarding the voluntary fund is one of the possible sources of support for this institutional architecture, and the Escazú Agreement establishes that its functioning shall be defined by the Conference of the Parties, that it may make or is a result of voluntary contributions, but the Conference of the Parties may seek to obtain funds from other sources. So that strategy of seeking donors and partners is something that the Secretariat has begun with several parties. We saw that in yesterday's session, but we need to continue to work with all of the signatory countries in order to do this correctly. Now, according to the financial arrangements, the general agreement is that this be of low cost, minimum cost, effective and efficient, and the functions of the Secretariat are very important to assist in the compliance and correct functioning of the agreement, having a minimum predictable and stable set of resources, because there will be activities that pertain to the institutional architecture found in the agreement that require a certain stability of basic resources. It's important to mention that at ECLAC, the entire membership of ECLAC has supported different resolutions and has welcomed the Escazú process. There are resolutions within the governing bodies, both in the sessions period in Lima, the plenary session in New York in 2015, the sessions period in Havana and Mexico, and in the last sessions period that took place virtually in October, there have been a series of resolutions supporting the joint work of all members of ECLAC. Regarding multi-donor funds operated by ECLAC, these are characterized by being transparent and efficient. We know that any fund we create for this Escazú agreement must be accountable at every COP, and they must not be earmarked. And this basically means that different donors may support several projects, and they've been supporting Escazú. And it's important both in terms of topics and countries. So the specific or earmarked contributions would hamper these contributions and resources. So the main destination of this fund, when created and fed, must be defined by the Conference of the Parties. It's also important to stress that the multi-donor funds administered by ECLAC, by the UN, are what we call, in the UN language, they are extra budgetary resources that supplement ordinary resources that normally feed all of ECLAC's work as mandated by the countries. So this fund, as well as other possible resources that we could generate, obtained from the Secretariat and different countries, aim to support a set of ongoing resources. Now, regarding the specific fund that will support the Escazú agreement, it needs to be regional, multi-sectorial, and must have a multi-annual structure, because it's difficult to support working projects and some of the aspects covered under Escazú agreement if there is no predictability beyond a year. Of course, speaking of established programs. Here's a slide to show you how a multi-donor fund operates. Like, this is the one we have here at ECLAC. It's the FOCALAI. Many of the countries that accompany us are members of the fund, and this fund was created as an agreement in a forum of ministers, and in the case of Escazú, it's defined by the agreement itself. The fund has specific terms and conditions which go hand in hand with finding unearmarked funds and defining where the constituency will define which projects will be supported and how the fund is managed. And there's some terms of reference. In the case of FOCALAI, there is a steering committee made up of the donor countries of the fund, which accompany the Secretariat in some specific decision-making under the general mandate of that forum of ministers. It's also important to mention that these multi-donor funds operate as a pool of different donors, so there's always an agreement for specific cooperation between the donors and ECLAC, which allows the donors to back these contributions in view of any internal procedures. The main elements of the terms and conditions for any fund, and here we don't really have a lot to say or decide, because these terms have been decided by the General Assembly of the UN, and there is a stable format for all countries. But any fund will follow the financial regulations of the United Nations and all the guidelines of the United Nations for the reception and management of funds, the receipt and administration of such funds. And both the financial rules and the use of resources must follow the rules, procedures, and guidelines applicable within the UN system. There's some specificities that funds may have, the funds that we manage have accounts that sometimes return resources. They go back to the fund and they basically feed the payroll of the fund itself. And sometimes the resources just go back to the donor. It's important to mention that any fund created to support the Escazú agreement will have high auditing standards and reporting standards, and therefore transparency. There are, well, any fund is subject to auditing procedures, both internal and external, as established by the financial regulations and the financial rules and the UN guidelines. So they are subject to the usual practices that you all have with any fund that you support or that is benefited by the UN. And the United Nations always submit a consolidated report, a yearly consolidated report that will be provided to the Conference of the Parties and will follow accounting procedures of the United Nations for the presentation of the form. Regarding individual agreements, in a multi-donor fund, everyone presents these contributions to the fund as a community, but the financial procedures in each country may be different, and therefore each individual donor and ECLAC establish an individual agreement. It's a standard agreement, very simple, but which allows making reference to the general objective of the fund, the terms and conditions of the fund, so that it is very clear that these resources will comply with the UN rules, and that will be a guarantee for the donor, and it will be recorded. These individual agreements that back each donor and that go to a common fund are similar to the agreements that we have with many of the countries that are with us or with external donors when they make specific contributions for specific projects, which allows us to offer support to the countries in the region. Now, regarding the aspects to consider with respect to the voluntary fund that we need to discuss, well, it is governing, there's a governing body. There could be a steering committee made up by donors, as happens in the case of most of the funds managed by the UN, but also those administered by ECLAC, and the COP would be the supreme governing body that would offer the main guidelines. We must also choose which projects or activities the fund should finance. And for this, what is normally done, and I think we could begin working on it, is a work plan that could be agreed upon at the COP, because budgeting for resources coming from the fund as well as other regular funds and other projects that could be triggered with individual donors that don't go into the fund can be better planned if there is a work program. And in turn, the work program must be correlated with the necessary resources. The discussion of the rules of procedure, as well as the compliance committee, as well as the possibility of generating other subsidiary organs, may have some financial implications, and the discussion must be integrated. Now, to date, the elements that we've discussed in these meetings, both from the negotiation committee and the signatories, the strengthening of cooperation established in Articles 10, 11, and 12, the capacity building and cooperation activities will require the application of funds. And there's also been support to the delegations and representatives elect of the public to represent them in the Conference of the Parties. In some cases, the differences in the incomes of the different countries, or even other situations that could arise in time with the different countries, would suggest that delegations may need support to participate in the Conference of the Parties when they are held in person, and hopefully we can go back to that system once COVID has concluded, because of course, despite the fact that we've been able to carry out these meetings virtually. And there's other sources that must be taken into account, activities related to the CSIC. Now, regarding the funds contributions, they're voluntary contributions, but again, they must be unearmarked, and the delegations should consider some sums that would indicate, some amounts that would be indicated, and the time frame for their contribution. And most are voluntary contributions, and there are in fact some indications in terms of the minimum recommended amounts, but the countries basically make their contributions depending on the commitment they have signed for. And we need to finally determine who can contribute to this voluntary fund as established in Articles 14.2 and 14.3. It could be perhaps just the member states or any countries wishing to contribute, or even third parties from the private sector, foundations, and others. These, of course, would have different implications. At ECLAC, any funds that we manage are made up of contributions by the countries, whether they are members of ECLAC or not, but they've always been from governments. So it's important for us to weigh the pros and cons. It's important to mention that for the voluntary contributions, just as in the case of any other resource that could be channeled by the Secretariat, in some case, there's a few guiding principles that should be applicable to the fund.
Maximum accountability and transparency, and so should be in all aspects related to their financial transactions, and of course, good faith principles and non-discrimination and equal treatment. And in conclusion, and I believe that this frame, I focused it on the aspects that we should really work on for COP meeting. I would like to send the message that obviously creating a fund for voluntary contributions is an administrative act that can be done at any point in ECLAC if it follows UN regulations and the financial rules and procedures, which are fairly standard. And of course, with the first contribution, it is possible to create the fund whenever. And so there, it would just be a matter of some of the signatory countries make a contribution to the fund for the fund to be created. But I believe it is also relevant to give it the structure and these definitions in terms of the main objectives, donors, and the procedure for governance aside from the conference of the parties. So as I was saying, from here to the first COP meeting, aside from the fact that we're all aware of the situation and that we will have to make financial arrangements that are effective, efficient, and at the lowest cost possible, it is important to move ahead with a minimum base, minimum stable and foreseeable series of resources, and that this road towards voluntary contributions through the fund and additional contributions that we as the Secretariat are channeling, and in parallel, to support the Secretariat and the government bodies, the internal procedures of the UN to obtain regular resources, additional ones. So in this sense, support by the delegations of the signatory countries is a very main aspect. We're all aware that there are multiple needs, but considering the relevance of the agreement, considering the objectives of the agreement, and considering that in fact it is a minimum cost agreement in terms of the benefits and the possibilities that it provides. And so the chance of obtaining resources is high, because this will maintain the stability of the Escazú agreement. And so that is what we should work on for that support, and probably go preparing some kind of draft in terms of a decision about these matters, and that may be adopted at the first conference of the parties. And of course, that draft decision, it is not a very extended decision. It does not have to do with the rules of procedure, nor of the conference of parties, the implementation and compliance, but rather, as is usually done by ECLAC agencies and others. But it should be, or we should go thinking about a plan of work that would allow us to go drafting a harmonized budget in order to facilitate meetings of the conference of parties and activities by the Secretariat. So that is the essential part, because on that basis, that must be, as I was saying, a minimum cost. Based on that, we could build on that. And then when we have additional subsidiary bodies, or we need to apply, I don't know, to translate different documents, or work with different languages, all of these things should be included in that plan of work. And in that way, so that the way of obtaining the resources additional to the budget, or steady funds that the Secretariat has already been procuring, and the regular funds within the UN system may all be and comply or be in line with the work plan that the Conference of Parties may determine, or say access to an annex to that decision. Well, so my last two messages are, in fact, the financial implications do not require preparing, so to speak, the administrative aspects, the financial implications for the first COP. They do not require that much documentation, no, but yes, a lot of political support in order to manage precisely these two pathways within the UN and out, in order to make this minimum base of resources available. Of course, we will always be open to clarify doubts regarding the procedures, and of course, we will be in touch with all of you, because the procedures, the internal UN procedures, are not straight away. So on the way to the COP, we must go sort of oiling these procedures so that it may bear fruit in coming years. As I said, it's not from one day to the other. They need budgetary procedures, even if it's a minimum amount of resources. And so therefore, we will have to begin working on this straight away, because the first COP will be affecting us very soon. And so I conclude with this, and I return the floor, Madam Chair.
The floor.
Muchísimas gracias por una presentación sumamente detallada. Y ahora abro para la discusión, comentarios. Entiendo que hay miembros del público que desea hablar. Señora Talia Gómez. Señora Talia Gómez, usted tiene la palabra. Muchas gracias.
I thank you, Madam Chair, and also the Secretariat for the presentation. As public, we have some considerations that we would like to share with the delegates regarding the financial provisions for the Escazú Agreement. First, we would like to highlight the relevance of ensuring the necessary resources for Escazú from go to paper to become a reality for everyone in our region. And the Escazú party countries must ensure making regular contributions to ensure the resources to effectively implement the agreement. And regarding the sources of funding that the agreement may receive, we believe that the Conference of Parties should ensure that the voluntary contribution funds is open to other sources of funding. For this, we believe that the Conference of Parties could ask the Technical Secretariat to prepare a study on possible sources of financing for the agreement. And also we consider especially important that the fund may support participation by the public. And during negotiation of the agreement, ECLAC as Technical Secretariat assured resources for the participation of the public at the meetings. The fund should provide resources so that this good practice that we've had so far may also be kept up for COP meetings. And furthermore, the voluntary contribution fund should provide resources in order to support participation by the public and public hearings and the committee for the implementation and compliance of the agreements, which should include resources to facilitate access by people and vulnerable groups to the COP meeting. And among activities and projects that the Voluntary Contribution Fund should finance, we would like to highlight first support for the establishment and strengthening of institutions at national level to improve the implementation of the Escazú Agreement, and also technical and expert assistance for governments in order to build capacities and to clarify in terms of access rights and also for the environmental defense protection for them, and also groups that maybe promote the protection of the environment. And lastly, the fund modality should ensure transparency and participation by civil society in the administration and monitoring of voluntary contributions for the Escazú Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gomez, for your comments and your contribution. Thank you. The next person who would like to speak from Costa Rica, Mr. Cepedes, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Muchas gracias,
and once again, I'd like to thank the Secretariat for their presentation. For our delegation, this is a very, very important issue. And definitely, we will have to speed up our work during 2021 so as to have something fairly consolidated before the first COP. And as Carlos was saying just now, the issue of time is something to be taken into account, but it cannot be that we get to the COP meeting without having decided something. Say approve a plan of work with a fund that will take some time to be created and implemented. And so we know that a lot of the countries that are signatories and even ratifiers of Escazú do have experience with this type of fund. And that they, as well as all Escazú interest countries, will do our best to work jointly for a good outcome and also to affect the fifth condition in New York for proper support there. Then as to the strategy of looking for partners and donors, as Natalia Gomez suggested, we do believe it is important to move ahead with that as well. And precisely yesterday we were seeing that the World Bank, IDB, OECD, and other institutions have expressed their support for Escazú and may eventually also become donors. And so, for our part, we agree with what was indicated by Natalia Gomez in that the fund should be open to contributions by third parties aside from the states. And the strategy for contribution should not focus only on obtaining money, which of course is essential for our operation, but also put forward other options so that other partners may contribute to activities carried out by the COP or the Implementation and Compliance Committee may need, precisely for the implementation and proper operation of the agreement. Lastly, the other thing I wanted to mention has to do with the relevance, and perhaps next year we may also have a webinar on the national agreements to be signed among ratifying or donor countries in order to have regular and stable contributions, so that we all may think about how we can create these agreements and that they become a reality when the first COP is held. So once again, thank you, Secretariat, for that presentation. And Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Question, for those comments. Thank you very much. The next person who would like the floor is Ms. Kate Wilson from St. Lucia. Ms. Wilson, good afternoon. You have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much. And if we had said it before, St. Lucia wants to commend Antigua and Barbuda for your sterling leadership for hosting the Secretariat and all leaders taken so far, and delegates as well as presiding officers who have been participating in the meeting so far. First of all, on behalf of St. Lucia, I want to say how pleased we are for this discussion, especially this part on financial provisions, because it is so important to small island developing states like St. Lucia, which often have difficulty in terms of limited funds available, particularly now in a post-COVID era, we are encouraged by the fact that the Secretariat has is guided by this effectiveness and efficiency when deciding on the financial arrangements. We are happy that made, first of all, to ensure that the accounts are rendered at every COP conference of parties, and that there are going to be the audits are going to be available for the members to see. That is very encouraging. In terms of the cooperative agreements regarding individual contributions, the Commission is very happy that the arrangements include extending to individual contributions, but we want the Secretariat to be cautious, and I don't want to be dramatic here, overly dramatic, by saying that we want to ensure that we have clear guidance and that there is adequate due diligence in terms of funding sources from individual donors, and that is, for example, to ensure that we filter out persons like drug barons and money launderers and that sort of thing. And we know that you are going to be using exclusively the internal and external procedures of the UN, but nevertheless, we and the regulations which govern the acquisition of funds from, we would like to put that on the table, that clear guidelines are established in terms of due diligence when it comes to individual contributions. We also would like to, in terms of the projects and the activities that these monies will fund, we want to be, solution is in hopes that there will be a clear action plan or a concept note in terms accompanied by a comprehensive budget, so that we know, the countries know which activities are given priority. and the basis upon which that priority is given, so as to ensure that there is a balance, so that no country feels that they are being, they are not being given adequate attention, and the projects are not given adequate attention. So we want to ensure that there are clear guidelines in terms of what are the activities that are given priority and why, so that there is a balance. If you indulge me, in terms of support to parties and delegates, we would hope, we did not see it clearly here, but we did say that there would be support for delegations and representatives of the public. And I know earlier on, Ms. Andrade mentioned about assistance given to the countries, to the public, in terms of the preparation of their communications and that sort of thing. So I'm hoping that in that some of the aspects to consider here, that some of the monies will be allocated towards that, so that members of the public can get adequate representation. One last thing very quickly is in terms of the fund from ECLAC, the FOCLAC fund, and especially with South-South Corporation funds and multi-donor funds, there usually is an ECLAC resolution that has to be put in place, and Carlos or members of the Secretariat can guide me on that if I'm correct on that. We would like to ensure that when this is being done, that the countries, the individual countries, are given adequate, time, so that they can put the priorities forward when that resolution is being sought. So I'm sure if there are other issues that I would like to raise, I will do them later, Madam Chairman, but I want to thank you so much for your indulgence, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson, for those comments. Thank you very much. I believe the next speaker we have who would like to offer the comments and observations is from Panama. Panama, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I will switch now to Spanish. Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank on behalf of the Panamanian state, thank ECLAC for the excellent work done, this presentation on the Voluntary Contribution Fund. And for our part, we would like to make some short comments and contributions with regard to what has been presented by ECLAC. The first, I would like to indicate that it is relevant that voluntary contributions to be determined may also be seen as a strategy by the states towards a post-COVID green recovery. Today, we're talking about how to re-dynamize our economies post-pandemic without affecting nature and without aggravating the climate crisis. And I think that one way of giving a greater momentum and drive to this voluntary contribution fund is to see these contributions as funds that will be invested in that green recovery by strengthening capacity building in terms of access to information, participation, and environmental institutionality, which is essential in order to ensure these rights. And so this is a perspective that states should take into consideration when giving a value to these to the fund based on the capacities of each one. And also, I would like to second what was previously said by Natalia Gomez, a representative of the public, regarding the need for the fund to be open to different sources of funding, because right at the moment, once again, on account of the pandemic and other factors as well, this affects the economies of our countries, especially Central American countries, and the state funds are going to be severely affected. They are already severely affected, and so therefore it is important to have the greatest breadth possible in order to receive financing and ensure that the objectives of the agreement are met.
Voluntary contribution fund. This is an essential element to guarantee transparency in the use of the funds. And I also believe it's important that as we develop parameters that are going to oversee the fund, that we develop some sort of criteria of priorities that establish that there be a minimum reserve to guarantee the participation, especially of the more vulnerable groups in meetings of the Conference of the Parties. I believe that this is something that could be taken into account and perhaps see how we can include that. That would be all for now. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Carmen, for your comments. I believe the Secretary would now like to take the floor. Secretary, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to acknowledge Ms. Kate from San Lucia. Yes, it is fundamental to have due diligence in every with every donor that applies and allocate any resources to the fund. Therefore, indeed, in the United Nations we have quite serious rules about that, and this is something that obviously we need to address if we decide not to go beyond the governments and to accept other sources of financing. Indeed, in every allocation of resources from external sources, particularly from the private sector, we should proceed with some checks if they are consistent with the rules of the United Nations. Respecto a las preocupaciones de Panamá y de los aportes de Panamá, creo que sí es muy importante poner en clave positiva, en clave de recuperación, las actividades de...
It's important to put this into recovery mode so that this could be an incentive to carry out contributions. The recovery will last several years, so we will have time to guide this process. But it is also equally important to consider, especially in processes and management processes of the funds, that they follow clear rules, both financial and administrative, of the United Nations. And there's many procedures that have been established since the General Assembly, and that under the UN, these procedures will be followed. Should there be, or should there be the intention to have a broader participation, it would be the COP that would guide this significant participation of the public and the activities of the fund. And of course, transparency is given by the fact that there are transparent reports elaborated under the principles of the United Nations, which are yearly. I would also like to stress from Costa Rica's intervention that we find ourselves in view of two parallel processes. One is, and I'd like to stress this, one is the creation of the fund with contributions that could come from different sources, and that we can establish through the COP, we can establish guidelines of in terms of what will be spent and how, and the scope. And in parallel, we would have the procedure mentioned by Costa Rica, which is an internal procedure within the UN to guarantee regular funds that would allow for certain activities. The COPs need to be organized, and we must enable the participation of delegations and of the public representatives, as well as include a few elements on vulnerable groups. And we must facilitate, the public representative said the committee of the compliance committee should perhaps, or the members of the committee may go to the COP to hold participate in the COP meeting, or perhaps if they have public attending, then we need to perhaps involve them or interpret these attendees. So these are all things that we need to work on simultaneously. And the third is cooperation contributions. We're working on that. Kate from St. Lucia mentioned some of these elements, and these will continue to be raised simultaneously, and hopefully you can help us identify them. So more than actually carrying out an analysis of partners, well, I believe that the possible partners in Escazú is everyone. We need to get them involved. Yesterday we had an exceptional panel with many partners. Not all of those will eventually contribute, or perhaps none will, to the voluntary fund, but I'm sure that they could contribute to the implementation of the agreement in the corresponding signatory countries of the agreement. So we need to take into account several things to be done. One is to guarantee with this voluntary fund and with the UN process, we must guarantee these basic funds, and then we have a universe of options that will allow us to implement the Escazú agreement in different countries with different partners, of course, in different countries with different priorities. And during the negotiation, if you recall, at some point it was mentioned to establish national working plans, and that was precisely thinking of each country's priorities to be able to align the donors with those countries. They may be different priorities in different countries. Thank you.
Perdón. Si hay más intervenciones, ¿alguien más quisiera expresar sus opiniones? Por favor, háganlo saber a la secretaría si alguien más quiere intervenir. No hay mayores comentarios, no hay más comentarios, entonces muy bien. Muy bien, entonces muchísimas gracias. Quiero agradecer a la Secretaría por el informe y agradezco muchísimo las intervenciones que han hecho las distintas personas de distintos países. Quiero destacar algunas de las notas de esta sesión. Como lo sabemos, en cada tratado ambiental, los acuerdos financieros son fundamentales para asegurar el buen funcionamiento de los órganos de este tratado específico, sobre todo aplicación y cumplimiento. Acá ya tenemos experiencias comparadas, sobre todo en el caso de los multifondos. Nosotros hay ciertas preocupaciones debemos ser transparentes y altamente responsables. Los fondos se van a gobernar de acuerdo con las reglas de Naciones Unidas para que tengan cierta paz. El acuerdo debe caracterizarse por un costo mínimo, debe ser eficiente y efectivo, y al mismo tiempo debemos tener recursos previsibles. Una vez, respecto a la eficiencia, deben ser usados de manera efectiva. Los fondos voluntarios que se propusieron son un instrumento financiero fundamental, complementado, y debe tener reglas claras y transparentes para la gestión de operación basada en la creación de capacidades que están sobre la base de este acuerdo. Se debe prestar especial atención a los países que requieran recursos adicionales. Y creo que esto es sumamente importante, por cuanto tanto queremos que participen, debemos apreciar que no todos los países tienen el mismo nivel de ingresos. Así que creo que es muy importante saber cuáles son los países que requieren recursos adicionales. También debemos identificar la base para levantar nuestra propuesta. Algunos países, pienso que tener un documento que aborde los temas financieros es crítico e importante y es algo a lo cual todos debemos prestarle la mayor atención posible. Y quería saber si hay más comentarios o observaciones, tal vez podríamos enviarlo ya al secretariado y para que lo haga circular, porque creo que es un elemento sumamente importante. ¿Hay alguien más que quisiera tomar? Entonces voy a pasar al próximo punto de la agenda. El próximo punto de la agenda es la consideración y la adopción de los acuerdos. Ahora vamos a pasar a la discusión de los acuerdos. Dada la situación actual en la que estamos con la pandemia del COVID-19, donde hemos un acuerdo, una reunión virtual y pues, presentamos a la mesa directiva para consideración de los países signatarios. Los países que se les solicitó que adoptaran los acuerdos preliminares al referéndum antes de la reunión. Los delegados tenían hasta el 8 de diciembre a las 2 horas de Chile para proponer cualquier modificación sustantiva. Y como no se recibió ningún comentario, quisiera en este momento considerar los acuerdos que se han adoptado, los acuerdos de la sesión. No tengo martillo. No sé, me recordaron que no hay algún comentario de acuerdo, entonces es muy importante, aunque no tenga martillo, lo vamos a acordar de todas maneras. Muchísimas gracias. Ahora sí tengo mi martillo. Entonces quisiera decir, si hay más comentarios y observaciones, entonces si no hay más observaciones, asumo que el acuerdo fueron adoptados. Muchísimas gracias. Yo entiendo que Costa Rica tiene alguna sugerencia. El delegado de Costa Rica, usted tiene la palabra. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Y muchísimas gracias por la dirección excelente de esta reunión. Y sí, nosotros tenemos algunas sugerencias respecto de cómo avanzar los temas que estuvimos discutiendo ayer y hoy. Yo quisiera proponerles que se formen dos grupos de trabajo. Uno de reglas para el comité de cumplimiento y un grupo de trabajo de los acuerdos financieros. Creemos que es importante que estos grupos de trabajo estén dirigidos por al menos 3 países de la región y que estén abiertos a cualquier otro país que quisiera participar y por supuesto a miembros representantes del público. Nuestra sugerencia para estos grupos de trabajo es que si los países están de acuerdo, en el comité de cumplimiento sugerimos a Panamá, Uruguay y San Lucia, que podrían ser los países directivos para este grupo de trabajo. Y reitero que se tratan solamente los grupos, países que dirijan, pero esté abierto a cualquier otro país que quisiera participar. Y luego, para los grupos de trabajo de arreglos financieros, Argentina, México, y Antigua y Barbuda podrían ser los países líderes de este grupo. Así que quisiera entonces, si ustedes, señora presidenta, pudiera solicitar a los países si desean, están de acuerdo con ser parte de estos grupos de trabajo o cualquier otro país que quisiera integrarse, ya sea ahora o en algún punto en el futuro. Por cierto, sí, Costa Rica, ¿hay algún país que quisiera algún comentario o observación respecto de la propuesta que hizo Costa Rica? Por favor, levanten su mano y lo indican. Señora presidenta, con su permiso, usted tiene la palabra. Quisiera decir que nosotros agradecemos la sugerencia hecha por Costa Rica y en términos del grupo 4 que nosotros quisiéramos saber cómo podríamos estar en esa misma capacidad. Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta. Perdón, pero no se escucha la Transmisión. No se escucha la transmisión, me disculpan. ¿Alguien más quisiera hacer algún comentario, alguna propuesta? Panamá, usted tiene la palabra. Gracias, señora presidenta. Sí, Panamá está encantada con la propuesta de Costa Rica y la apoya plenamente y quisiéramos ser parte del grupo de contacto con Saint Lucia. Muchas gracias. Argentina tiene algunos comentarios y observaciones que quisiera hacer. Argentina, usted tiene la palabra. Argentina. Y México. Argentina y México. Argentina está aquí y México. ¿Me escucha bien? ¿Me escuchan bien? Sí, lo escuchamos.
We would like to thank the work carried out by the Secretariat, the efforts made by Madam Chair, the clarifications made by Mr. Cespedes, and we would like to highlight, apart from the full support of the restrictions set on the region, Latin America and the Caribbean, they make everything that we have mentioned substantive, achieving financial agreements based on the criteria of flexibility and adaptation aligned with each country's capacities and addressing these financial commitments. Setting this voluntary fund will allow each party and the donors to offer support. It is not only Article 14th, but it is the Article 14th, the circumstances and its forecast. The Conference of the Parties under paragraph 5G may invite other sources to contribute resources to support the implementation of the agreement as defined in Article 14.3. Therefore, there is nothing further to say but to fully thank and support.
Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta. Gracias por los comentarios de Argentina y creo que México también quisiera hacer algunas palabras. México, gracias, señora presidenta, y solamente quiero decir que nosotros apoyamos plenamente la propuesta hecha por Costa Rica y sería un honor y estamos encantados de ser parte del grupo. ¿Hay algún otro comentario adicional? ¿Alguien más tiene algún otro comentario? Yo tengo un comentario, así que me gusta la idea de los grupos de trabajos, me parece muy buena porque acorta el tiempo y se centra en temas importantes, pero creo que 3 países no es mucho, somos 29, pero mi sugerencia es aumentar a 5 países. No sé qué opina Costa Rica, porque eso le da más flexibilidad y más aportes, porque somos casi 30 países, pero yo creo que deben tener una cifra impar, señor de Costa Rica, por favor. Sí, señora presidenta, por supuesto, 5 es ideal. Empezamos en 3 horas para comenzar, pero de Costa Rica con todo gusto se unirá a ambos grupos de trabajo, pero son los países directivos, son muy importantes, así que cuando usamos que al menos cuando se reúne el grupo de trabajo, se reúnen por lo menos 3 de ellos para llevar adelante su tarea, más países se agradecería y sería muy importante para hacer un trabajo mucho más sustantivo. Así que, entonces, si usted tiene un cuadro de 3, pero 5, yo no quisiera decir que Antigua no puedo presentar, pero Antigua quiero estar en todo, así que usted debería estar también. Es su sugerencia, una sugerencia excelente, así que debería estar en ambos grupos. Señora Presidenta, un comentario también, si me permite un comentario, de otro comité, también comité financiero, tal vez vamos a ser uno de los países libres, uno de los otros, me gustaría participar también en ese comité de finanzas, de los arreglos financieros. Pero es muy importante que países pequeños como San Lucia puedan participar. Muchísimas gracias, fantástico. Y por eso digo que es importante que los países empiecen a tener recursos, porque en todo que golpea a los grandes países, también golpea a los países pequeños independientes 20 veces peor que lo que afecta a un país grande. ¿Algún otro comentario o intervención? Así que entonces, Costa Rica, muchas gracias por una excelente sugerencia y creo que si no tenemos más puntos que tratar, quiero revisar, verificar con el secretariado si podemos avanzar a la ceremonia de cierre porque hemos trabajado muy bien, con muchos avances y con muy buena sincronización y a tiempo. Sí, señora Presidenta, podemos avanzar a la ceremonia de cierre. Un comentario solamente sobre el tema anterior.
I would really like to say that as has been a traditional practice during the negotiation process, contact groups are open to all countries and also the public. The idea is, and so Costa Rica has said with some specific countries, for they to have the responsibility of leading. And so of course, Antigua and Barbuda will be able to also take part in both contact groups. And in fact, recalled by the Secretariat is that, in particular, the group on financial resources, hopefully all countries and signatories may actively take part in that group.
The closing ceremony.
Sí, podemos comenzar la ceremonia de clausura cuando usted así lo desee. ¿Podemos comenzar? Podemos comenzar ya con la ceremonia, si usted así lo desea, señora secretaria, comenzar con la ceremonia de clausura. Muchísimas gracias. Sí, le paso la palabra entonces al secretaría. ¿Ustedes están a cargo de la secretaría? ¿Ustedes están a cargo de la secretaría? Sí.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the last session of these 2 days of very intense work. In fact, there have been 3 fantastic days of intense work because on the 8th we had a great session with Antigua and Barbuda, a national session, and also one in the afternoon with Youth for Escazú. So it has been 3 days of very productive work, and we will conclude with the closing ceremony. The closing ceremony, here we will have Jose Luis Samaniego, Director of the Division for Sustainable Development and Human Settlements, and also the representatives elect by the public, Elector Cross, and our dear Chairman Maureen Penn, who so greatly has conducted the sessions despite the difficulty, distance, and virtuality. So I would hand over to Jose Luis Samaniego.
Gracias, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos.
For English now. For the closing ceremony, Senator Maureen Hyman Payne, Minister of State, Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, representatives of the public, Andrea Sangüesa and Careta Crooks Charles, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of ACLAC's Executive Secretary, Ms. Alicia Bárcena, it is my pleasure to deliver these closing remarks for the second meeting of the signatory countries of the Escazú Agreement, chaired, as Carlos said, so remarkably well by the government of Antigua and Barbuda. Senator Hyman Payne, my profound recognition for your excellent chairmanship.
You certainly lived up to your word. These 2 days have seen extremely fruitful discussions where we have exchanged views and made great progress on the rules of procedure to the COP. The rules support implementation and compliance and the financial arrangements. Congratulations again for those achievements. We also had 2 exceptionally high-level panels yesterday and today to commemorate International Human Rights Defenders Day and the International Human Rights Day. I would like to dedicate some time to highlight 3 key messages that have come out of this meeting. First, the Escazú Agreement is about achieving a balanced integration of the economic, social, and environmental aspects. This has proven essential for human development and for achieving a sustainable future for our planet and for present and future generations. The global commitment for sustainable development is the driving force behind the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and environmental access rights, the rights of access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental matters play a crucial role in the sustainable development equation as they relate to SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. They are a cornerstone of all democratic societies and are essential for environmental stewardship. Moreover, they enhance the ability of governments to respond to public concerns and demands, to build consensus, to create legitimacy, and to improve acceptance and compliance of environmental decisions. The Escazú Agreement is grounded on these ideals and will be key to build back greener and better. We have also seen, and this is the second point, marvelous participation and leadership from the Caribbean. The Caribbean has been especially active in the development of environmental access rights, both at the sub-regional and the national level. CARICOM and OECS instruments and national solid environmental legal and policy frameworks stand out and constitute great contributions on these matters. I commend, on behalf of ECLAC, your commitment and your ownership of the Escazú Agreement, also exemplified by Antigua and Barbuda's chairmanship. Finally, the third point, we can also agree on the fact that the Escazú Agreement garners international attention and support. The broad range of actors and partners that have expressed their interest to assist member states implement the agreement is outstanding. The OECD, the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, the European Investment Bank, the Aarhus Convention, the OECS, CARICOM, just to name a few, have shared their willingness to accompany countries of the region in their path to participatory, informed, and inclusive sustainable development. I wish to also offer our gratitude to the chair of the presiding officers, Costa Rica, and the rest of the presiding officers, Argentina, Mexico, Peru, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who have been instrumental in this meeting. I will conclude by reaffirming ECLAC's commitment to the Caribbean. Through our Caribbean First strategy, the Caribbean will remain a priority under the Escazú Agreement and in the Sustainable Development Regional Agenda. ECLAC stands ready to continue supporting Antigua and Barbuda and the rest of the countries of the region in these important matters. Thank you again. Joyful holiday season and Happy New Year to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, José Luis. Thank you, José Luis. Now I'm giving the floor to Andrea Sangüesa. Andrea Sangüesa, representatives from the public, you have the floor.
Muy buenas tardes. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to close with you this meeting. The message I would like to leave today is of gratitude to everyone that's made it possible for us today come where we are as the Escazú community. I've been in this since 2012, and I'm thrilled to see so many young people that have joined this. I would like to highlight the spirit of collaboration that sets us aside, and also because communities grow and adapting to new circumstances, sometimes in view of circumstances that are adverse. Among everyone, we've been able to, step by step, build collaboration among actors that stand out as a common goal, that each person in this marvelous region may live in a peaceful and fair region, working so that we may all live in harmony with nature, our natural resources, and our diversity. This community has grown sustainably since 2012, when 10 countries signed the Declaration, Principle 10 on Information, Participation and Justice in Environmental Matters. Today we have 5 youth champions of Escazú, and we made this invitation for young people to become champions, and more than 70 applied. As we will see later, there are many very committed youth with human rights and the environment. We have already 10 countries that have ratified the agreement, another 2 that have concluded their national processes and are on the verge of depositing their ratification instruments. We have international organizations and also several former heads of state that actively support us, as we saw today in Mary Robinson and the Elders Initiative. So far, so good, but we should not forget the complexity faced by our sisters and brothers with the pandemic. And in this community, there is a reality that we must change now, that we must change as soon as possible. Our environmental defenders cannot be threatened nor killed on account of what they do. We must have environmental defenders that all society thanks and supports them in their daily work of caring for the environment. As we know, the promise of this agreement, whose implementation will substantively contribute in this direction for respect and protection of our environmental defenders, we're missing a very important member in our community, the private sector, a fundamental sector to be included, because implementation of the Escazú agreement and achievement of these sustainable development goals. Today, we've taken a significant step in this respect. This morning, we heard the voice of a private sector representative that highlighted the importance for the International Council of Mining and Metals awarded mining and informed of what has been done to improve practices in the 3 territories where their operations are located. And we also heard with transparency how Mary Robinson asked, leaving behind the poor practices of distributing false agreements regarding Escazú. Protection of the environment and human rights will never be something that slows information nor development. Taking the words of our champion, Aficia Richardson, who said, we must change the practices of the past, and that we also shared how young people do not feel that they're being listened to. Nor can I not mention Elisa Bárcena, who has tirelessly struggled to put an end to the culture of privilege in our region. I would like to thank and congratulate the government of Costa Rica and Antigua and Barbuda for their commitment and dedication to this meeting. Of course, I thank and congratulate the Secretariat for their support and commitment, and express our commitment to work together with the Secretariat and the countries and the public in order to move ahead with Escazú and the standards. And with everything I've said, I propose that our slogan be, Escazú is not merely an agreement, it is a change in mentality. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea. And with that change in mentality, we will...
Close. Careta, you have the floor. We cannot listen you, Careta. No, we still cannot listen. Maybe if you just switch off the video and we'll listen you.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Now we listen.
Is this now?
Unfortunately, with the video, we cannot listen you.
Computer is freezing. Okay, I'm trying to rectify it. Okay. Is it better now? Yes. Hello?
We can listen now. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, apologies for starting earlier. My apologies. So good evening, everyone. I have presented and delivered many negotiations advancing for years. And each time I serve, it's with honor, because while I'm aware that we will not whitewash all the ills that have been meted out to the environment, or reverse the pains of family and friends who have lost loved ones who were environmental or human rights defenders, I strongly believe that it is a stepping stone in the right direction for our region to stand for environmentalists to ensure that the most vulnerable say in matters regarding the environment will affect them, and to allow environment delivering closing remarks at the second meeting of signatory countries brings me great pride, because the country of my birth, Jamaica, has signed the agreement, and the country I call home, St. Lucia, has signed and ratified. So I'm doubly elated. I'm happy because it's almost a decade that my organization, the St. Lucia National Trust, has been advocating for the St. Lucia to first sign and then ratify this important agreement. As the main environmental conservation non-governmental organization in St. Lucia, we continue to raise awareness about the agreement amongst our members, students, and the wider public through jingles, animations, infographics, press releases, talk shows, and consultations. The effective implementation of the Escazú agreement is important to us, because in the long run, it will allow us to access information and create a peaceful space for us to participate meaningfully in decisions that will affect our natural resources. Sadly, many times we have been misunderstood and labeled as contentious when we try to advocate on environmental issues and highlight the need for a balance between development and conservation. Escazú will hopefully nurture an atmosphere of greater understanding between the government and those who seek to sustainably safeguard our environment. So our heartfelt congratulations to the government as we touch to continue to collaborate to ensure that Escazú is a functional agreement that will lead to improvement in health. I congratulate all the countries that have signed and ratified so far, and will encourage you to reach out to the other countries in the region that have not yet signed or ratified to do so with some urgency, so that we can work on implementing system collectively, so that we have greater impetus in the respective countries and will be more useful. So it will be like increased participation and using the Escazú agreement and the participation and coordination in the youth for Escazú side event and their presence. And various times during the two-day meeting of the signatory countries, commitment is outstanding and shows their voices meaningfully in important matters that will ultimately affect their lives. So thanks to the 5 Escazú youth champions, Natisha, Nikki, Sebastian, Laura, and Kiara. We also salute all the young people from Latin America and the Caribbean who are champions in their own right for first taking the time to understand Escazú, and secondly, for articulating its importance in such a quick and simple way to others. Hello?
Yes. Yes, President.
Feedback. Despite the challenges brought on by COVID-19, I would like to thank you and EPAC and the governments of Antigua and Barbuda for being brave enough to trust that technology would have not failed us over the last couple of days. The discussions were rich and set the tone for the first conference of the parties for the Escazú Agreement. Special thanks to our chair, Senator Maureen Hyman Payne, who did an outstanding job over the last few days. It is the first time, albeit virtual, an Escazú meeting is being held in the Eastern. I say that Antigua and Barbuda were spectacular in executing their task. The work continues now more than ever as we, members of the public, will continue to liaise with each other remotely and frequently until we can gather again in person. Additionally, we pledge our continued support to the work of our governments, as it is through our collective efforts that Escazú will yield success in the region towards the creation of a healthy environment for us all and the protection of those who work tirelessly for the conservation of our rich yet fragile resources. Thanks everyone for your attention and do keep safe.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Careta. And now, Madam Chair, Maureen Payne, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, colleagues, distinguished delegates and friends, and of course, all my friends at ECLAC. I want to say a special thank you to you for your patience, your indulgence, and assistance for me chairing this meeting. I want it as an absolute pleasure for me to chair this meeting and to see so many of you virtually. Hopefully I'll see you physically soon, so thank you for that. Colleagues, we worked hard these last 3 days for me, 3 days, and I've learned a lot and we've shared a lot, so it's very good. And we know that the Escazú Agreement is about people and about sharing of information. The Escazú, and I know this said, but I'm going to repeat it, is the first regional environmental treaty that aims to safeguard the rights of present and future generations to having a healthy environment. It puts people at the front of it. And all of us in our region, not just the Caribbean, Latin America too, we are all affected by climate change and the devastating impact of natural disasters. Some feel it more than others, but let's face it, all these natural disasters are becoming more frequent and more intense, and they affect vulnerable people the most, and they have a greater impact on smaller developing countries because our finances are so limited. So colleagues, we have a lot of work to do. And I want to say on behalf of the government of Antigua and Barbuda that we are very proud to be part of this process. And we are proud of the process and we're committed to it. We've done a lot of work, all of us, we've done a lot of work, but we still have a long way to go. But from the comments and observations that have come out over the last few days, I can see we are all committed and we're prepared for the hard work ahead. And we shouldn't rest on our laurels, we should keep up with the work, and we should always, and we are always thankful to the Secretariat for the work they have done. The pandemic, COVID-19 has impacted all of us. It's taught us how to live a new way. I am not a technical person. I just about know how to put on my computer and switch it off, and I was happy with that. But COVID has taught me there's a lot more technology can teach us. I can see all my friends, I can see them smiling, and it makes me feel closer to you, even though we're many miles apart. And I think it's efficient that we've had these meetings on the International Human Rights Day and the Day of Defenders of the Environment. It's written that we should be having our meeting on these days. And I'm going to thank Mr. Marlon Jeffers, who's not expecting that, for all the hard work he's done. He's kept me in link with you and you're in link with me. And I think I don't take technology for granted, I never will. So thank you, Mr. Jeffers, for all your hard work. And I just want to say to everyone, thank you for making our meeting a success. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your attention. And thank you for putting up with my voice. Thank you. Back to you, Boris.
Thank you. We have two thank you. We have two pending issues. The first one is to applaud Antigua and Barbuda for the fantastic chairing of this meeting. So big applause to Antigua and Barbuda. We also thank all the technicians there in Antigua and Barbuda and here to support us in this meeting. And the last pending issue is that we want to conclude with the youth. And we have a fantastic video that we already listened on Wednesday, but we want for all of you to listen because it's a fantastic message for the future that we are starting this afternoon to make the Escazú Agreement a reality for the region. So please, colleagues, you can play the video.
Latin America and the Caribbean have great natural resources and invaluable biodiversity.
Pero nuestro medio ambiente y las personas que lo protegen están en riesgo. Para hacer frente a esta situación, nace el Acuerdo de Escazú, una herramienta pionera que busca asegurar la defensa ambiental y los derechos humanos.
Este tratado busca que los estados garanticen nuestros derechos al acceso a la información, a la participación y a la justicia ambiental. En una región en no todos los países cuentan con mecanismos que hagan efectivos estos derechos. Además, es el único en el mundo que aborda la protección de las personas defensoras del ambiente.
Estamos comprometidos com o Acordo de Escazú porque ele garantirá para gerações presentes e futuras um meio ambiente saudável e um desenvolvimento sustentável, onde o direito de ser envolvido e de participar de decisões que afetam o meio ambiente sejam respeitados. Ele também garantirá o direito ao acesso à informação, instrumento essencial para casos de ameaça à saúde pública y al medio ambiente.
Información que debe ser oportuna y entendible sobre el estado del medio ambiente y de los proyectos que puedan afectarlo. De esta manera, prevenimos conflictos, se asegura un diálogo en iguales condiciones y se lucha contra la corrupción que afecta a nuestra región.
The Escazú Agreement gives us and future generation the right to be heard and to partake in a decision-making involving the Parliament.
Nuestra generación no quiere más impunidad. Cuando se daña el ambiente, nos atenta contra las defensoras y los defensores ambientales.
Escazú no solo da la posibilidad de realizar denuncias cuando eso sucede, sino que también promueve mecanismos de reparación. Este tratado reduce las barreras del acceso a la justicia, asegurando la asistencia técnica gratuita.
En especial para poblaciones vulnerables como los pueblos indígenas con enfoque de género. Asimismo, exige el uso de la interpretación en idiomas distintos de oficiales en los procesos judiciales.
Queremos que las personas defensoras ambientales no sean criminalizadas por el trabajo de defensa del ambiente del territorio, que lo realicen de forma segura, que no vivan con odio, que no vivan con odio. Por eso hablar del acuerdo de Escazú es hablar de derechos humanos. This agreement demands that countries protect them so that they act without threats, restrictions, and insecurity. Similarly, it guarantees that attacks, threats, or intimidation against them for exercising their rights will be investigated and punished,
making sure our environmental defenders are not criminalized and protected from any kind of attack and threat.
To protect our environment and those defending it, we need more countries to say yes. Estamos en la puerta de entrada del Acuerdo de Escazú. No nos quedemos solo con 11 ratificaciones. Necesitamos que más países le digan sí a la democracia ambiental, sí a un ambiente sano, sí a la justicia climática, sí a Escazú. Young people of this region are watching you and we will be vigilant that this agreement does not remain on paper and we have the sustainable development that we deserve.
Affirm human rights and the protection of our environment. That is why I support the Escazú Agreement. Let's do this together.
The youth of Latin America and the Caribbean are united in the defense of our environment and the people to protect us. That's why we want to do
Thank you all. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of you, and see you in the first conference of the party, hopefully in presence. Feliz Navidad, próspero año, y espero verles a todos.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I hope to see you all in the first conference of the parties in person.
Ya, Alejandra me canceló la reunión recién.